Hello everybody. Welcome to another stream. I feel surprisingly fresh given that we did, what, like 4-5 hours last night? How's everybody's Saturday going? Hopefully pretty good. We should hit 3,000 today, which is pretty cool. It's a nice amount of encounters. I'm very hopeful that it's going to be today. If it's not today, I'm very hopeful it'll be tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, I might have a meltdown. But we'll see. Let's have a little look at the poll. Will Chinchou shine before 3,000 encounters? Nobody thinks before 2,500. For 60% say yes at less than 3,000. Nobody thinks it's going to be before full odds. If it's over 3,000. And 40%, I mean there has only been 5 votes, but 40% say no and over odds. Did you not read the part that said don't you dare? Terrible. I'm disappointed. Very disappointed. Excuse me. Thanks, Ben, for the good luck. And nice to see you and Gold and Not Ask as well. I hope you're all doing well. Gold says, all good, sitting here eating Swedish style spaghetti bolognese, home alone, it's awesome. That does sound awesome. I've had a for my dinner, I've just had like a... Does anybody know what like a meal deal is? I don't know if that's a very UK thing, a meal deal. But that's what I've had for my dinner. So a meal deal is... there's certain shops in the UK, usually places like Tesco, Co-op, a couple of other shops like that, and they'll give you a sandwich and a packet of crisps or a bar of chocolate and a drink, like a water or a bottle of Pepsi or a can of Coke or whatever. And yeah, so I had a chicken and bacon, but it'll be like less money, so they'll, instead of buying them all like separately, like they'll say like you can get all 3 of those for like £3, £4, something like that. So yeah, I had a Co-op chicken and bacon with mayonnaise on malted bread sandwich and some Walker's Max paprika. Very, very nice. Looks like we've got some new people in. Pandy, hello again. Nice to see you. And thank you. Hope I get the shiny for 3,000 encounters and hopefully find it today. Thanks so much for the good luck. Me too. I hope that it is today. Calamari as well. Good to see you again. Sorry, by the way, I never got a chance to reply to your message because I've been busy all this morning, but I did see that you found your next shiny in I can't remember whether it's Sword or Shield, but congrats on the shiny Roly-Coly. It looks really, really cool. And again, you found 2 very quickly. That's a nice start, isn't it? Fingers crossed you don't have a Motorstoke one like I did. I'm going to keep hoping for you. Ben's watching this today while doing the Regirock hunt in the Crown Tundra. That's really cool. That's a nice shiny hunt to do as well. I know Human's done that before. Not with Regirock, I think it was with something else. But it sounds like a really fun one. Because you can either soft reset, or I think you can do the puzzle over and over, can't you? Or something like that. You can do like runaways and do the puzzle. So it's a pretty interesting shiny hunt. But good luck with it, Ben. And Jake, welcome back as well. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Can't beat a meal deal. Jake knows what's going on. You can't beat a meal deal. They're really, really good. Really good. I feel like... see, I shop at Tesco a lot, but I don't really like Tesco meal deals. The sandwiches I don't think they're all that good. But co-op sandwiches, oh my god. Like, I hate to sound like really old and boring, but co-op sandwiches are bloody brilliant. So nice. Gold says, so like a fast food menu but cheaper and from a store. Well, it's not really like fast food because it's not like a burger or like a, like, what else is like fast foody? It's not like a burger or like a McDonald's kind of like meal. It's more like, although I suppose you're right in the sense of it's like fast food because you can just kind of like pick one up and go. But it's just like cold sandwiches, so I didn't anticipate to be talking so much about meal deals. I do apologise, but it was that good. Yeah, it's you just get like a pre-prepared sandwich in kind of a little packet. I've thrown the packet away, otherwise I'd show you it. And then a bag of crisps and a drink, so pretty nice. Calamari says, thanks, Motorstoke Hunt is not on my list for now. Good. Because, honestly, there's only one person, and that's Demi, who was on stream yesterday, who I know has had an alright experience in the Motorstoke gym. To be fair, Absol Blogs, I think he found his shiny in like 300 encounters as well. But I genuinely know quite a few people now who've done the Motorstoke gym hunt and have not had a good experience. I had an absolute shocker. Somebody else called Ryan, who sometimes comes on stream, he went to like 9,000-ish, I think. And I'm sure I've seen other people as well who've been on stream who've said that they didn't find it very quickly. So it's not really a good one. I'm not saying there's a huge conspiracy and that it's like, it's programmed to be way over odds or anything, but it does seem to be one of those shiny hunts that people don't really do all that well on. And Ham, nice to see you as well. Welcome back. All good for me, thank you. Having a pretty good day so far. Went to visit my nan this morning, and she's doing well. Which is good. And then come home, had my meal deal, which, as you all know, I was very excited about. And now we're doing this, and I'm feeling very, very positive that it's going to be today. I don't know why, because it wasn't for the last couple of thousands, but I'm sure that we've got a good chance. How are you doing, Ham? Oh, Gold, I'm sorry, I never got a chance to. I apologise, because I know I said I would. I promise that I will. But yeah, I just didn't get a chance to last night. Like, the second I came off stream, I had some stuff to do, and then I was shattered, because I'd been in work all day as well. But I will promise you I will get to it. Calamari got 2 targets under 3,000 encounters, so you're anticipating a longer hunt for the next ones. Yeah, it's so up and down, isn't it? Like sometimes. I mean, just when you look at the ones that I've got on the bottom of the screen, and that's why I'm really glad that I started to do the stream in this format. Because I think it gives some really good context around like just how crazy shiny hunting can be. One minute you're like, oh my god, that shiny hunt took 3 hours, and this one took a day, and then all of a sudden, oh, this one took 2 months. So yeah, but that is the nature of the of the game. That's the way it goes. I think as long as you're prepared for it and you understand that, it could go on for a long time, you'll be alright. Ham's just eating lunch right now. Very nice. What are you having? And Zeke, welcome back, dude. How are you doing? Thanks, Gold. I promise I will. I'm very sorry that I never got around to it. Because I did intend to. I do this all the time. I do it with like I did it this morning with Calamari's message, where I read the message and I went, oh, I don't have time to look at that right now, but I'll remember and I'll go back and I'll look at it later on. And then, and then later on comes around and I've completely forgotten. I do it with everybody. I do it with friends and family as well. People will message me and I'm like, I'll reply to that soon. And then I just don't. I just forget to, and before I know it, it's been 2 weeks, and I have not messaged them back. Very nice, the shiny Kyogre of Luck. Please go and get it. I think the shiny Kyogre has worked a few times. We definitely need it. And my little shiny charm as well. Hopefully this will work in our favour. Nice, Zeke, I'm glad you're all good. Woke up very late and now you have no drive to do any of your tasks. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how that works? I totally get that, because I think if I wake up super early, like 6-7 a.m, and I get up and I get ready straight away, I'm like, oh my god, I've got the whole day. I need to get stuff done. I've got motivation now to like get up and get my stuff done. If I wake up at like 10 a.m, maybe 11 a.m, something like that, which is very rare, but if I do, you just kind of go, by the time I'm ready it'll be dinner time. It's too late now. I'll just do that another day. It's funny, isn't it? Almost like the more sleep you get and the more out of it you are, the less kind of well rested you wake up. Oh, you'd like to experience a shiny hunt that's way over odds. You think it's a rite of passage. That's fair. Well, all I'll say is you say that now. Say that now. But honestly, Vulpix was painful. Not everybody who's on stream now was on stream back in the Motorstoke gym days. Towards the end, I genuinely looked like a broken man. And I would say I'm a pretty patient person, but I remember being like, I can't do this for much longer. It's doing my head in. But I think a part of that was probably because it's very different, isn't it, when you play a game casually. You can put the game down for months and then pick it back up again, or you can just go, do you know what? I don't want to do that today. I'm going to go and play something else. But because I've got the channel, and this isn't like a sub story thing, because it's literally shiny hunting at the end of the day. It's not that deep. But yeah, when you've got the channel, I think my thing is like, I feel a little bit weird about doing other stuff, so I'm kind of like, no, I've got to keep going because I need this video to come out. I can't just go and do this or go and do that. I did break that rule when we did the teal mask, but even then, it was not fun trying to balance the teal mask video alongside the Sword and Shield challenge. It felt a bit overwhelming. So yeah, maybe a full odds, like a way over odds shiny hunt would feel very different if I didn't have the channel. I do agree with it being a bit of a rite of passage though. I feel like it's nice to say that I've ticked that off, so I agree with that. It's a good story. And Gold says, yeah, the shiny Kyogre worked during the teal mask hunt for Tangerine, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. think it did. I think it's worked for other people on stream as well. I know you've had a few times where you've gone and got the shiny Kyogre, and then immediately afterwards, someone in the chat's found a shiny. So. Oh, that's pretty hardcore, that calamari. Hunting back in Fire Red, and you got to 20,000 encounters, so you're pretty prepared for it. That's good. And yeah, that is, well, to be fair, I would say that's also quite a lot over odds. I mean, I know it's 8,192, but still, that's, you know, like, that's two and a bit over odds, isn't it? So yeah, pretty, still a lot. Hi Ryan, welcome back. I feel like I've not spoken to you in ages. Are you all good? Well, I've spoken to you on Discord, to be fair, but on stream, how are you doing? And Axel as well. I believe Axel is new, but hi Axel, thanks for joining. Oh nice, you're starting to edit your video and you're putting this on while you do it. Lovely. That's awesome. What is the because I don't think you've said yet, but what is the video? If you're willing to reveal it. If you're not willing to reveal it, that's totally fine. Axel's got 71 shinies on Legends Arceus. That's awesome. That is a lot. That is a lot. What's your favourite one out of those, Axel, would you say? It has been a while, yeah. We were talking about this yesterday. It's been almost a month since I streamed, but between Christmas and New Year and sort of like I had like my wedding anniversary and stuff towards New Year, and then just in general January's been a bit of, it's one of them months where I've had stuff to do, so I've not really had any like longer periods of time to dedicate to streaming. So I have had time to shiny hunt, and like I'm sure you'll have seen, I got Druddigon and I got Honedge. So I've made a lot of progress, but just didn't have like time to do like an 8-hour stream or a 6-hour stream. It was always like 2 or 3 hours here or there. So yeah, I'm glad you're all good. Yeah, I had a great holiday period. I had Christmas was kind of just regular, but then like I said, we celebrated our wedding anniversary, our first one, towards New Year, and that was really fun. We had like 4 days out where we just went and did loads of cool stuff. So I had a good time, thanks. How was your holidays? And also, I love the sound of the video. Pokemon Black randomised Nuzlocke, and that's why you got NT as the starter. Good, right? Do you know what I thought it was? I thought it was going to be something to do with Sword and Shield, and you'd found NT and Dynamax Adventures right at the start. I thought that's what you were getting at. So that makes way more sense. Oh, well, I look forward to that. Axel, your favourite shiny is your Zorua. That is a good one to get, to be fair. Hisuian, Zorua and Zoroark are both awesome. And Angler, welcome to stream as well. Do I like soccer? Football. Definitely football. Yes. Yeah, I do. I don't really I don't really watch football anymore, and I don't really play football anymore. But I played football for about 15 years of my life, for teams. So yeah, I was really into football. Used to support Liverpool, even when they were bad. And yeah, I was quite a good football player, actually. I got quite a few like Player of the Season trophies and stuff when I was younger. So, so yeah, love it. Played all of it. Now I'm lazy and I just sit here and play Pokemon. But I like that because I'm not cold. In England, football, I think, is a bit of like a... It's a bit of a frustrating sport because if you play for a team, you don't play in the summer at all. You play like in the winter months and in the lead up to like... So you play like autumn, winter, and then like a bit of spring. But I just like... Because England is freezing cold most of the time except for summer, it means that if you do play football, you're just always cold. You know, I just don't understand why, for me, they don't change it so that people would play in summer. Why would we want to play in winter when it's freezing cold and a lot of the games get called off because it's raining all the time? You know what I mean? So yeah, I kind of fell out of love with it, but I do like it. Yeah, Gold, you will. Yeah, I know you've not streamed that for a while. And good, Ryan. Glad you had a good holiday. It was probably your favourite holiday or Christmas ever. That's awesome. That's really cool. Was there any reason for that, or was it just like an in general kind of thing? I love Christmas and New Year. It's just such a nice time of year. Everybody's always really happy and yeah, you just have a good time. Very nice, Axel. And you're from Spain as well. Amazing. Oh, well, you're lucky because I imagine it's quite warm in Spain pretty much all year long compared to us. Freezing cold in the UK. Yeah, we play in the winter and have a lot of fixtures in the winter. That's exactly it, Angler. It's weird because I remember when I used to play, we'd have a lot of like fixtures in the winter, but then they would also cancel a lot of them. So you would end up playing, you'd get to like spring and they'd have you playing like 2 games a week because they'd cancelled so many games in the winter. But I used to just think, why don't we just play? Why don't we just play through the summer? I don't know. It's strange. What about you, Angler? Do you like football? I'm assuming you do. Do you play football? Yeah. Who do you support? All that. Oh, nice, Ham. I'm going to start your shiny drowsy hunt now. Is your Switch all good? Did it, I know you got it, you managed to get it to charge last night. So hopefully, all good. Ryan, all presents were top tier and you got 2 dinners. So Unreal Day, very nice. Very nice. My Christmas was a bit odd because my wife had to work Christmas Day. So I went to like my family home in like the day while she was working, and then I had like dinner with them, and then I went back to my house in the evening and like spent some time with my wife and her parents. But it was just a bit of a weird Christmas day, because of that fact. But it was still nice. So yeah, mine was pretty good. I'm glad yours was too. 2 dinners. 2 dinners. Jealous. Although I don't think I could fit 2 dinners in. Like, I'm very much like I'll stuff my face with the first dinner, and then I'll just probably drink beer the rest of the day. That's tends to be the way mine goes. And awesome, Axel. Thank you. Thanks for subscribing. All the way from Spain, a new subscriber. Anglo used to watch it a ton. You're a big United fan. And yeah, they have fallen off big time, haven't they? It's crazy, really, how it changes. The thing is football's one of them sports where you kind of... Man United, probably, are still considered the biggest team in the world, aren't they, really? Like, I know maybe performance-wise, they're not the biggest team in the world, but they're like... I think when you look at like the money that they make and general popularity, United tends to be the most popular. But it's really strange, isn't it? You wouldn't think a team with so much money and so much popularity would decline in the way that Man United have, but they really have. Just goes to show that any club can be mismanaged and sort of, you know, fall from grace. And it's kind of a shame, really, you know, because as much as a Liverpool fan, I never liked United. There's a certain amount of, like, it could be your club next, couldn't it? You know, that's just what football's like. I mean, Leicester City won the Premier League in 2015, didn't they? I think it was 2015, maybe a bit. Oh no, maybe it was like 2018. I don't know. It was a while ago. I remember Leicester won the Premier League, and now they're like they've been, I think they've been relegated since. They've gone back up again since, and it's just crazy. Like, you know, like even when teams do make it, they're still not safe. Even with money, they're still not safe. So, but I suppose that's what makes football great in a way. That, you know, things can change and anything can happen. Oh, Carlos asks, what do I think of Borussia Dortmund? Well, funny you say that, Carlos, because Borussia Dortmund used to be my, like, second team. So I supported Liverpool, but I was always secretly rooting for, like, you know, like as like a team elsewhere in the world, I was always like secretly rooting for Borussia Dortmund. I had a kit for Borussia Dortmund with Marco Reus on the back, and I used to wear it when I used to go playing football. And I used to watch them quite a bit as well, when they had Mario Götze, Marco Reus, Robert Lewandowski, they had Jakub Błaszczykowski, and what was the right back called? He was also Polish. Lucas Piszczek, I think. Mats Hummels. I loved Dortmund, so yeah. And also they had Klopp before he came to Liverpool, so very, very cool club. Very amazing stadium, you know. They're a very similar team to Liverpool in that sense, with the fan base and the yellow wall. And I've always wanted to go and watch them in person, but I've just never done it. But maybe one day. But yeah, love Dortmund. What do you think, Carlos? Are they your team? Because if so, that's very cool. Gold, you're playing Trailmakers. It's a vehicle building game. You're out of ideas though. Say something I would like to see in a vehicle and you'll make it. When you say something that I'd like to see in a vehicle, do you mean like a feature? Like, I don't know, like monster truck wheels or what? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not good when I'm on the spot. Do you mean like like a feature? Okay. Let me think. I would love to see if you could make it, if it's possible. Do you ever remember those little cars where somebody would sit in the little pod at the side, and then they'd have like the main car. I can't remember what it's called. the actual name for it. But it's like you have the driver on one side, and then there's like a little pod that connects to it, where somebody just sits in. But it's all like open. There's no like roof and stuff like that. If you could put monster truck wheels on that, I would be eternally grateful. Yeah, Angler, I agree with that. About the mismanagement and then selling on talent for low prices. I'm glad you like Royce though. Royce was literally like my favourite player in world football for like a long time. Really liked Marco Royce. Yes, gold, like Hagrid's bike, but with a car and monster truck wheels. Yeah, yes. If you basically that, yeah, it might actually, now I'm thinking about it, it might actually have just been a bike. I think I was maybe calling it a car and it wasn't. So if you could put monster truck wheels on Hagrid's bike, that would be awesome. Oh, nice, Angler. Sporting, is that Sporting like Lisbon? Is it the Portuguese team? It's funny because I haven't watched football for probably about three years or so now. Maybe just over 3 years, and it's crazy how quickly things change. Like, I'll speak to people who still watch it, and I'll say like, like how's this team doing? And they'll be like take Man City. They'll be like, oh well, Man City did like amazing last year. They won this, and they won that, and they won this, and it's like, oh, bro, how are they doing this year? Oh, they're terrible. They've like lost like 5 games in a row, and they're like 8th in the table, and so, and not just that as well. You'll hear like about players where you'll say, oh, I always liked this player. Like, where are they now? And they'll be like, oh well, they went to this club and they won this. They won the league and they scored like 30 goals, and you're like, oh, awesome. And then they're like, but then they kind of, fell off the year after, and now they're playing for this team in the Premier League that's like 17th in the table, and you're like, what? It just changes a lot, doesn't it? So yeah. Chad, are you asking me if I'll trade with you? Sounds more like you're assuming that I will trade. If I could get your link code, I could finish the sword decks. Ham, good question. What is my favourite dinosaur from the Jurassic Park franchise? Ooh. See, my favourite dinosaur in general is probably Parasaurolophus. But I don't know if that's my favourite from like the Jurassic Park kind of franchise, I never really felt like Parasaurolophus was had a really good design in Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. So it's probably something else. I think probably for Jurassic Park and or Jurassic World, It's probably I always get the name wrong. Not the name, the pronunciation. I say Ankylosaurus, but I don't know if it's just Ankylosaurus. But I'm going to stick with Ankylosaurus. That's my favourite, I think. What about you? And Angler also asks, what is my favourite Pokemon? Well, I know what my favourite Pokemon is. Without a shadow of a doubt, it's Gligar. I love Gligar so much. Probably not everybody's favourite. I feel like it's a pretty underrated one. But yeah, I just love it. Two seconds, let me just move the counter up a little bit. 2222. Very cool. Is that about central? Yeah, that looks okay. What's yours, Angler? And Ben asks, what Reggie should you hunt after the Regirock? Ooh. I don't know about Regice, because I feel like Regice is... Unless you go in for all of them. Regice is pretty similar, isn't it, to its original? Registeel's very nice. Really, really good. I'd probably say Registeel. If you've not already got it. It's got a gorgeous kind of like metallic green kind of colour. Oh, if I had to say one of each, Ham. Oh, I like that. I will say Sauropod. Sauropod, I never really liked the Apatosaurus all that much in Jurassic World. I thought it looked a bit weird. So it's got to be Brachiosaurus. Yeah. Iconic, isn't it? You know, the one on the docks in Fallen Kingdom and the one that Lex and Tim sort of not have a conversation with, but kind of speak, like, have an interaction with in Jurassic Park. Herbivore, Ankylosaurus, still, and Carnivore. Do you know what? It might be the most mainstream choice, but I just love Rexy. You know, she's just brilliant. So I'm gonna go with the T-Rex, and I think we all know who the T-Rex is. Nice Angler. Gengar is a very good Pokemon. I was going to say shiny then. Very good Pokemon. It's not a very good shiny, but it is a very good Pokemon. No, I don't, Chad, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm streaming right now, so I'm not trading. But we do have a Discord if you want to ask other people, by all means, because there are people that will, you know, that might be able to help if you've got a few that you need to, like, trade for. But yeah. Don't remind Gold of the Fallen Kingdom scene. It is pretty sad, isn't it? It is pretty sad, that one. Bracky calls are peak JP. Yeah, it was a great. That was one of my favourite. One of my favourite scenes and one of my favourite scores in Jurassic Park. If you look at the soundtrack for Jurassic Park, look up a score called "My Friend the Brachiosaurus," and it's gorgeous. It's such a lovely score. Chad, you're spamming me with so many questions, dude. I will try to answer some of them. Favourite Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Oh, Paldean Pokemon. Probably Great Tusk. Yeah, probably Great Tusk. Just a amazing design. Amazing design. Favourite Pokemon all together. I think I said a bit earlier on, Gligar. And favourite pseudo legendary. Ooh. Who would it be? Who would it be? No, I don't think it's Dragonite. I wouldn't say Tyranitar. Maybe Salamence, but I'm not 100% sure. It's probably Garchomp, you know. It's probably Garchomp. It's something about it, you know. How amazing it is on Cynthia's team. How amazing of a Pokemon it is in general. The design, just the sort of like aura that it gives off. It's such a good Pokemon. So yeah, I will go Garchomp. What would your favourite of each of those be, Chad? Angler's favourite shiny would have to be Salamence. Oh, I just said Salamence. Well, then I said it might be one of my favourites. Yeah, very, very cool shiny. Really good variations on it, colour-wise. Totally agree. Calamari says, after playing 300 plus hours of Legends Arceus, you always forget that cameras are fixed in Sword and Shield and you'll always run towards the grass. Yeah, it's a big change, isn't it? I know you can move the camera in the wild area as well, which kind of, I think sometimes makes you forget, like, it's a really weird game because you can do this now, but you can't do it on the routes. So it does kind of mess with your brain a little bit, I think. Angler loves Cloth in Scarlet and Violet, especially its shiny. You used it all the way through your shiny only playthrough. Very nice. I would love to have a shiny Cloth. Maybe one day when I return to Scarlet and Violet and I do a full odds run, I'll hope for a blue crab. And Slim. Hiya, dude. How are you doing? I feel like I've not spoke to you for ages. But that's because I've not streamed for ages. But how are you doing? How was your holidays? Can't remember what I started today's encounters on. Was it 2,130? It was, wasn't it? So we've done 114 encounters. We've been going for 50 minutes, but probably 10 minutes of that was before stream, like the lead up. So 40 minutes, 115 encounters. It's not too bad. These ones are quite good shiny hunts because there's just so many of them spawning all the time that there's like virtually no time in between encounters, so you're just constantly finding them. Which is, you know, it's pretty much the same thing over and over and over again, but it's a lot better than... Do you remember the Brilliant Aura one where we had to like wait around a lot before we could find a Combee? It was a little bit boring not being able to encounter anything. At least with this, it's like next one, next one, next one, next one. Oh, you've been working a lot, Slim. I'm sorry. Work is the bane of my existence. I wish I could just chill and play Pokemon all day. But I'm glad you had a good holidays. And yeah, I'm all good, thanks. Yeah, I had a really nice Christmas and New Year. And January's been pretty good. I have had time to shiny hunts. We've found a couple, as you'll be able to see along the bottom. But just in general, it's been pretty good. Just nice and sort of like a nice start to the new year. I've been quite productive, got some stuff done, but ready to return to streaming now. Ready to finish Sword and Shield. Really, I don't want to finish them because I've had such a good time with them, but at the same time, I'm getting towards the end now, Anna, so I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it makes you kind of really want to just get it finished. So I'm a little bit torn on that, but it's all good. What are my thoughts on the Switch 2 reveal? I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but I am very happy with it, to be fair. I'm mostly just happy that it still connects to a TV, because it means that I can carry on making Pokemon videos. Otherwise, if it was just handheld, I'm not so sure that I would be able to, but it looks like it's going to have HDMI and all that stuff, so that should be good. It looks bigger, it looks more sleek, more modern, more sort of refined. It's got more features on it from the initial look, and hopefully, it just runs Pokemon games a little bit better. I'm very hopeful that Scarlet and Violet are going to run a little bit better on them. I'm very hopeful that ZA is going to be good enough, on it. It's going to be a lot better than Scarlet and Violet were on the Switch. So yeah, I feel quite positive about it, really, overall. What about you guys? Zach, you're kind of bouncing back and forth from Wooloo, Yamper, and Nickit, so you don't get bored of the shiny hunt. Yeah, that's fair. Good idea to break things up. I would definitely do it more often, I think. If I wasn't doing streaming or I wasn't doing like videos, I'd definitely play different games at different points to kind of like keep things fresh. Oh, nice gold! You finished with the bike. Let's have a look. This is too high. Hang on. It's not where my mouth is. The thing is with the microphone is I always, whenever I try and position it in the right place, I always like position it like looking sort of like as though it's like on my eye line, but that's not where my mouth is. I always forget that I need to put it down. Don't know why. Right, let's have a look. Oh god. I love it. That's so cool. That's really cool. What is this in? I love it. Reminds me of there used to be these like games when I was a kid called like Lego City or something. Reminds me of that. Oh, Trailmakers. Sorry, you did say what it was called. You did. Oh, nice, Slim. You've been off last couple of days, so you're having some chill time. Very good. Very important. And yeah, the progress is looking really good. Two shinies in January. Pretty short shiny hunts as well. Druddigon took me like 7 or 8 hours over 2 days. And Honedge took me like literally like I think 3 hours, maybe 4 hours total. Because I spent an hour and a half collecting the eggs. I spent an hour and a half collecting 120 eggs. Hatched all of them. Spent like 10 minutes collecting another like 20 eggs or something. Started hatching those, and on the first one, it was shiny. So that's pretty cool. Angler, if there was one shiny I would dream of having, what would it be? Ooh. I don't know, I'd probably pick something rare, you know? Something like is it an antique Sinistea, not a phony Sinistea? That's quite a difficult one to get. Or maybe like a Manaphy or something. I know they're quite difficult to get your hands on. Yeah, something that would take a long time to obtain if I could just get it really luckily. You know, I could just like stumble upon something that was like a 1,000,000 to 1 odds of finding. I would 100% go and buy a lottery ticket the same day if that was the case. Nice, Ben. You're going to take a break from Regirock and go to Combee, as it isn't full odds. How does Combee work? Is it like, are they counted as like under the shiny charm or something? Does it like boost the odds because of that? Because they're like an overworld Pokemon. It's really weird that the Regis and the Swords of Justice aren't shiny locked when you think that there's a lot of other legendaries in these games that are shiny locked. I know obviously Dynamax Adventure ones aren't, but neither of those are in Dynamax Adventures, so crazy. Oh, Ham, congratulations, a shiny rat. Oh my god, I never know how to say this name. Rattata. My brain wants to say Rattata. It's definitely not that. It's definitely Rattata. Congrats on the shiny Rattata. After getting a 31 catch combo on Drowsy. Very nice. The shiny look from the Kyogre plush. And you caught it in the Premier Ball? Very nice. I love catching stuff in Premier Balls. I virtually always do it if I can. BDSP I didn't because I just didn't want to risk some of them. But wherever I can, it's got to be in a Premier Ball. Now you've got to catch 31 Drowsies again. Unfortunate, but to be fair, I think is Drowsy that uncommon? You should be all right. It shouldn't take too long. Calamari, you just glad the Reggies aren't shiny locked because you're planning to hunt those after finishing. Yeah, definitely. It's really cool that they're not shiny locked. It's just weird that they really picked and chose what was going to be and not going to be shiny locked in these games. Like, I just find it strange sometimes that like the starters are shiny locked and Zacian and Zamazenta are shiny locked, but then the Reggies aren't, but then the Galarian birds are. And do you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, it's odd. I wonder what the rationale is behind what should and shouldn't be shiny locked. Hello, Lara Croft. We've got someone famous in chat. Lara's here. But, hi Lara. Welcome stream. How are you doing? Yeah, it should only take you like 20 minutes. They're not, from what I remember, they're quite common. I remember there are some in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee that, like, just take forever to build up again. Like, pretty sure that, what is it now? Like Bulbasaur. It took me ages to build a catch combo on. Nice gold. Built the perfect race car by accident. I agree, Calamari, they shouldn't be shiny locked. I don't understand shiny locking. I know why they do it, and it's so that you don't spend forever, you know, soft resetting for something or waiting around for something when you could be playing the game, but I just don't. I don't know. I just think just let people play the game however you want them to play. You know, sorry, however they want to play it. You know. It's a really strange decision to restrict people from it. Pinsir, yeah, Pinsir's definitely one that's difficult to build a catch combo on, from what I remember. 100%. Oh, awesome, Zach. I'm really glad that you're feeling, you know, that you're feeling better. It's it sounds like you've found something that works for you. So yeah, just keep it up. It's surprising sometimes how small things can make like such a big difference. You know, like I've had like instances where I've not been feeling very well, and like literally just drinking a little bit more water each day has made me feel crazy amounts better, you know? Oh yeah, 20 minutes to find one Scyther. Yeah, Scyther and Pinsir definitely two that are like that. The starters can also be like that. A good tip for those, if you ever have to build a catch combo again, or on a Pokemon that flees quite often, because this is what I did for Bulbasaur, was throw one Pokeball, or two Pokeballs if you want to risk it, but I would just say one. And then if it doesn't catch, run away and restart the encounter. Because if the longer you stay in the encounter, the more likely it is to flee. But if you run away, it will still be in the overworld, and you can just re-encounter it again and throw another Pokeball, and like its flee rate will reset basically. I think anyway. Don't quote me on that, but I'm sure that's the way it works. Because I remember trying to build the Bulbasaur catch combo in Let's Go Pikachu. That's how I did it in the early game when I only had like Pokeballs to throw at it. I just I would throw one, If it didn't work, run away, re-encounter it, throw another, and then eventually it would catch. Awesome, Laura. You're doing well. Recently got back into Pokemon after like 12 years. Damn. And watching the Arceus video made you want to try the new ones. That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. I love it. I love it when people say that they wanted to like play a certain game or whatever after watching one of my videos. So thank you. That's really cool. And it's nice to, you know, have someone back into Pokemon as well after a long time. There's a lot, to be fair. Pokemon has had its issues in recent years. I'm not going to lie. There are certain people who would say that it's like fell off, but it's actually got a lot of good stuff going for it still. You know, Legends Arceus is a cracking game. Sword and Shield, definitely not as bad as people make them out to be. I would say they're quite good, actually. I really like Sword and Shield. Scarlet and Violet have a lot of performance issues, and I'll be honest, it can be quite difficult to get past those, but the story and the characters and the music and the Pokemon in them are all really good. And then what else have we had? Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, pretty basic, just like, you know, a replay of Red, Blue and Yellow from when you were a kid, but really good graphics, they look amazing, and they're just a nice play, you know, they're just like quite basic and fun to get into, so yeah, you've got a lot of stuff that you can sort of play and catch up on and have a go at, and I think that's awesome, must be quite exciting. And with the Switch 2 coming out now, and a new Pokemon game this year for Legends ZA, there's a lot to look forward to. No probs. It can be I think when you join back into like a franchise, it can be quite sort of overwhelming, and it's hard to know what to pick. But and everything's obviously subjective. Like, there's a lot of people who don't like Legends Arceus, and there's a lot of people who probably wouldn't agree with me that Sword and Shield are good. But that's my thoughts on everything. Is, you know, Legends Arceus is great. Sword and Shield, I think, are really good. I think people. The story's not great. I'll be honest. The story is quite crap. But the actual like gameplay and the gym system and the wild area and stuff is really good. So yeah, that's sort of my thoughts on them all. Calamari used to not like Sword and Shield back when it was launched, but after seeing Scarlet and Violet, really appreciated the Galar games more. Yeah, I think a lot of people tend to do stuff like that, and it's very understandable, because, you know, I think sometimes when a new game comes out, and Sword and Shield could have been a lot better, you know, they could have been. There's there are issues with them. You know, they're definitely rushed. And you can tell that by things like, look at my Pokemon here standing on the water. You know, we're in like deep water here, and yet look at my character and my Pokemon that just stood like we're Jesus Christ, you know, floating in the water. But here, we've got to surf. That's not how it works. And like, look at how good the Pokemon look. You know, when you look at if I look at this strong spawn over here, that looks amazing. So does my character in the overworld and stuff, but when you look at like the grass and the trees, they don't look great. So I think the thing with Sword and Shield is they're not bad games, but they were definitely rushed. There's problems with them that it's going to be your own personal opinion whether you like them or not. I love them. I think they're still really good. Just needed a better story, personally. But yeah, it does happen where people don't like a game, and then a newer game comes out, and people say, "Oh, I can kind of appreciate this game a little bit more because the newer one was worse." Oh, so you finished Arceus the other night, Lara, but you were told to steer away from Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, so you're a bit unsure. Totally understand. And I can understand why people have told you to steer away from them as well. There are, like I said, there are issues with them. But what I would say is just maybe just like have a little, like watch a few videos on them and see what you think of them, because I think you can tell straight away with a game. You know, if say you watch somebody play through Sword and Shield, like Absolblog's Pokemon. If you watch one of his videos, and you take one look at Sword and Shield on that video and you go, "Oh god, this looks terrible," you know straight away, don't you, whether you want it or not, I think. So just see what you think rather than just solely trusting somebody who's telling you to steer away from it, you know, because you might really like it. Scarlet and Violet, I hated. I cannot tell you this enough. I hated when they came out. Like, really didn't like them. They were the first Pokemon games in my like 25 years of playing that I played about an hour of them and I went, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not supporting this game. It's terrible. And then when I did my Scarlet Shiny Only challenge for the channel, I actually really liked them. Don't get me wrong, the performance issues and everything were still terrible, but I started to like really enjoy the characters and the story and certain aspects of the games. So it is one of those things. I think you've just got to make your own mind up. You've got the power of plot armor, unlike in Legends Arceus, where you can drown literally. Yeah, you can't. You're totally protected in this game. Same with Scarlet and Violet a little bit. You can like jump off cliffs in Scarlet and Violet, and your Rotom form will just like save you from dying. Oh, I would love to, Gold. Please do. Tell us a cool thing about your family tree. Find that stuff very, very interesting. Oh, 100%, Lara. 100%. It's a tough one because I think sometimes people obviously have genuine issues with Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, and you know, even Legends Arceus people have a lot of problems with, and sometimes it's genuine, you know, sometimes it really is like things like Sword and Shield's story. Like I said, it's not good. It's there are problems with it, and it should be a lot better. But there's also a lot of good stuff about the game, you know? So you've kind of got to, like, as an example, without spoiling too much for you, in Sword and Shield you don't have like a traditional Elite Four. It's more like a tournament where you battle other sort of like competitors who've beaten the gyms, and then you start beating the gym leaders, and you work your way up to like the champion. Stuff like that is really, really cool. The towns in Sword and Shield, like, if you search up, in fact, no, I'm gonna do something I've never done before. I'm gonna physically show you, so you know what I mean. But if you go to like when we get to this town, tell me that this doesn't look goddamn amazing. Look at this town. It's gorgeous. All these like little coloured mushrooms and stuff. These beautiful little houses. There's the gym. There's a Chinchou. Now, it is quite basic, but it looks amazing. You know, so there's positives and negatives, isn't there? You know. Balon Lee. And the wild area is the same, you know, pretty basic, but at the time when this game released, we'd never seen anything like this before, really. Huge open area to find Pokemon in. So yeah, I like Sword and Shield, as I'm sure you can tell. But there are problems. I'm not somebody who's blind to the problems. I just maybe give them a try, see what you think. I think you know, I think people do tend to quite like them. I'll be honest, Gold, I do not know those, but I'm gonna guess that you are related to them, which is pretty cool. And Ham is also related to Sweden's king, royalty. Jake says best thing for Scarlet and Violet was, or is, how easy it is to get shiny. Yeah, you are right. It's a very, very good game to shiny hunt in. Very, very good game. I think my favourite thing about Scarlet and Violet was the story. It was just really like, it actually had like depth to it, which is not very often that you get that in a Pokemon game. It's like Ham and Gold are basically distant brothers or something. And I'm glad that you liked Balon Lee as well. Really nice town. I mean, a lot of the towns in Sword and Shield, a lot of the cities and stuff are really like, really well done, you know? They look great. They're usually got quite a lot of NPCs in them that you can talk to and things you can go and do. The problem I find with Sword and Shield is that the story is, like I said, it's not very good, but also it's a bit weird. Like, in other games, in other Pokemon games, when you so say in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, you play a big part in defeating Team Galactic, don't you? You know, like you're always there, like going in their hideouts and battling them and trying to like get rid of them and find out what's going on. In Sword and Shield, there's a lot of times where like something will be happening and usually you would go and get involved, but the adults in this game kind of just say, oh, like, it's okay, we'll deal with this, you just go and beat the next gym. And that's all you do, you just kind of like go from town to town, beating each gym. Until the story's over. But you know, it doesn't make it like outright bad, it just kind of, it could have been a lot better. You hope reloading the area somehow triggers a shiny encounter. That would be great. I'm hoping that I can find it today. If not today, then definitely tomorrow. I should get to full odds by the end of tomorrow. If I can get to 3,000-ish today, then I can get to 4,096 tomorrow, and then we'll... Well, if it's over full odds, I'm not going to be over the moon, but we'll see. The poll's doing pretty well. People are still... There's 52% of people think it's going to be yes, less than 2,500. 30% of people say yes at less than 3,000. Only 4% of people think that it will be over 3,000, but before 4,096 encounters. And 12% of people, despite the warning that said don't you dare, chose no and over odds. Sadly, YouTube will not reveal the usernames of the people who voted that. But if they did, there'd be trouble. 25 votes, very nice. So, Gold, you're both related to the old royal family there. The Vasa or Visa family. They originated from a French general serving under Napoleon. Very cool. And Gustav Vasa or Vasa was the first Swedish king that saved Sweden from Denmark. That's awesome. I've never done any kind of like family tree thing. They do intrigue me, but I get a little bit like nervous that not that I would be related to somebody who is like terrible, but I mean I get a bit nervous that like my information would be out there and somebody who is like very, very distantly related to me would like contact me and be like, we're related, come spend time with me. So I think I'll probably stay clear. You're starting a less than 20 carbohydrate. Oh my god, I'm just gonna say carb because I can't for some reason say it. Starting a less than 20 carb diet today, and your coffee tastes weird without as much creamer. Probably, listen, anytime you change stuff, it always tastes weird, doesn't it? But you'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. I noticed that with like very small stuff, like if you've ever bought a product that says like now with 20% less salt, and it tastes like it's so different. It's like, it's not even like it tastes like it's got less salt in it, it just tastes completely different. Lara says, do I have any plans to stream on Twitch at all? You love YouTube, but you've been spoiled with the 1 second delay. I don't know, you know, originally, I did kind of ask people what they thought, you know, whether I was going to stream on YouTube or Twitch. And most people who were sort of on stream said they would prefer YouTube, which kind of surprised me because I always thought Twitch was like, you know, the place to go. I don't know, maybe. I just the only problem with Twitch is I've got no idea how it works really. But it's something that I would like to look into maybe in future. I think for now, I'm probably gonna stay on YouTube for the time being, because I've got an established like audience on YouTube. Everybody who joins the streams all came from YouTube, and people seem to enjoy it and be okay with it. But I don't know. Maybe in future I'll do a bit of Twitch as well, or instead of. I don't know. I mean, I've only been streaming since September, even though I've made videos for like a year and a half or so now. I only bought all the streaming stuff in September 24, so I kind of just started streaming without thinking about it, really. But I suppose maybe there will be a point in time where I will. No probs, Ham. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the good luck as well. Hopefully it helps. Yeah, I agree, Lara. It is a little bit delayed. I know I've had problems with that with like the chat before as well. Where like you guys will say something and then it'll only show up like late for me, or like my response will be like delayed because I only see it late. So yeah, definitely a possibility, put it like that. Maybe for the next challenge that I do, maybe I'll finish Sword and Shield on YouTube, and then we'll have to see. But like I said, the only problem with Twitch for me is a little bit that as cool as it would be to go on there, it's like a very new platform. Like I just don't, I've never used it before, so I do have like an account, but I just don't know how to use it or anything. It's like a whole new sort of learning process for me. So, but maybe I will. But hopefully, you're subscribed so that you can stop by if you do fancy it, even if we're on YouTube. And like I said, maybe eventually I will do a little swap over. And no problems, Ryan. Thanks for joining, dude. Good luck with the editing. Oh yeah, good point. Actually, I have seen people talk about that before. About the multi-streaming. So yeah, I suppose that is something I could try. Yeah. I mean, I'd consider it full stop anyway, really, because I don't look, I don't really. Well, when I say this, I don't mean I don't know what I'm doing. I don't really know what I'm doing, like proper streamers and proper YouTubers, because I'm not really a proper streamer or a proper YouTuber. I just wing it, you know. So I don't 100% know what streaming on YouTube does, like whether it actually makes it more difficult for my videos to do well or whatever. I don't know the impacts of it, but there must be a reason that a lot of people stream on Twitch and then post videos to YouTube, and so for that reason there probably will come a point in future where I'd swap, probably, but I just don't know when that's going to be and in what sort of, like, you know, what sort of form that's going to take. So yeah, but like I said, the only problem is that whatever it is that I do, it's going to take a lot of effort for me, because I've never used Twitch before, so there's probably going to be quite a big learning curve and a lot of stuff to consider. But it doesn't mean that I wouldn't do it, you know? I would absolutely be up for trying it. Oh, Carlos, welcome back, dude. It's been a long time since I spoke to you. Excuse me. How are you doing? And I have decided what Pokemon's going to be the last one to shiny hunt. I will go through that in a second. But Calamari says, just finished the first gym and you've been jamming to the gym music for a whole 10 minutes. Pokemon has some problems, but the music is always spot on. It is. I agree with that. Pokemon music is amazing. Really, really good. I can't think of a single Pokemon game where I've gone, I dislike the music more than like it, you know? It's usually always really good. So Carlos, what the last Pokemon is that I'm going to shiny hunt for? Well, I kind of revealed this yesterday. Originally there was only going to be 10 shiny hunts, and I kind of changed my mind. So there's going to be 11 overall. Once we found this one, I'm going to go and beat Raiham and get the next gym badge. And then that means that if I was to go to the Crown Tundra, I can actually start catching the Pokemon that are in there, because I'll have been given the ability to catch Pokemon of up to level 65 and over. So I'll go and catch a Tyrunt or a Tyrantrum, and I'll be Masuda method breeding for a shiny Tyrunt. So that's going to be the 10th one. And then the 11th one is going to be Dynamax Adventures for a shiny Raikou. And then that'll be it. Well, to be fair, Lara, algorithm-wise, I really don't know how it works. I don't know whether streaming on YouTube boosts your chances of a video doing well, or it makes it worse. I have no idea. So yeah, there's there's every chance that I might swap over to Twitch at some point. I just like I said, I just don't know when that's going to be. That's more the problem. I wouldn't want to say one way or the other because I just don't know, and I've not. It's something that I'd want to like prepare for a little bit. I'd want to like learn about it and make sure that it would be the right decision before I did it. As an example, YouTube streaming has a massive benefit in that the live streams become videos later, so you can just stay on the platform. You know, you don't. I don't need to download every stream that I do or anything like that. I can just comb my way through the backlog of streams that I've done and just pick out any, you know, I can download them or I can just clip parts that I need. If it was on Twitch, they get deleted after a certain amount of time, so I'd have to be like, you know, I'd have to keep on top of that, and if it disappeared, it's gone forever. So you know there would be no record of it. So yeah, just things to think about. Oh, Carlos, good question. How many hours have I got now? It's probably 280-ish. We'll have a little look. Oh, 276, so not too far away. But yeah, 276 hours. Which isn't terrible. Probably add on a little bit for some of the, well, for like Druddigon. Druddigon was about 8 hours or so of soft resetting, so that makes it more like 285. But still not bad. Ori, welcome to stream. Just finished watching the Brilliant Diamond Shiny run while shiny hunting your own starter in Shining Pearl. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you liked it. Well, liked it enough to watch it while you were doing your own shiny hunts. And good luck for shiny hunting your starter. It's brutal, the briefcase hunt, but you know you can get really lucky. So good luck. Do you have any specific one that you're going to go for? Are you going for like one of each, or are you just going to try and get Turtwig or Piplup or Chimchar? Yeah, it does, Laura. Yeah, they do delete them very quickly. I think it's like 3. Could be wrong. I feel like it's like 3 days or something, which is just, ooh, just not very long. Oh, nice, Ori. You loved Fennec, the Drapion. Fennec was one of my favourites in that run. I know I really wanted Gligar, and I really want or a Rhyhorn, and I ended up with Skorupi, but I came to really appreciate Fennec. She was really good. And you're going for Piplup. Very nice. Well, good luck. Piplup's a cracking shiny. And thanks, Lara. Yeah, I do. I do have a lot of fun with them. I do like badge quests, and I probably will do them, you know, a little bit more in future. But because the way my channel sort of worked has been like beating every game only using shinies to start with, and in those videos I've done like almost like little story reviews in them and stuff as well. So what I'm probably going to do in future is I'm going to start doing, now that I've beaten, well, I've not beaten Sword and Shield yet, but we're nearly there. Once I've beaten all the Switch games, and this is the last one for me to beat, I'm going to start doing different types of runs and stuff. So I'm gonna do like Shining Pearl, but I can only use prehistoric shiny Pokemon. That'll probably be like a badge quest. I'll do Legends Arceus, Let's Go Eevee, and Violet, all full odds. Can only use full odds. I can't do mass outbreaks or anything that would reduce my odds. So yeah, I'm gonna try and do like different types of stuff. So I'm sure that at some point I will like not get the bare minimum, but I'll start doing like more organised stuff. But for now, I do just like beating the games with however many Pokemon I want to get. You know, sometimes like Legends Arceus, I think I ended up with like 16. Scarlet and Violet ended up with 30. What did I end up with in Let's Go Pikachu? I think 9 overall. And it'll be 11 for this one. But they're all Pokemon that I wanted to get and different methods that I wanted to try out. And yeah, I would prefer that rather than... I don't think I'd want to just get the bare minimum and get a video out, because it's not... for me, it's not like about getting... I mean, I do want the videos to come out so that everyone can enjoy them, but... you know, I want them to be almost like a library of like memories for me. You know what I mean? Like that one day I can watch back and be like, oh, do you remember when you did that challenge? And do you remember when you did that one? And yeah, just capturing moments that like would otherwise be lost to my terrible memory. I'll actually have them all captured so I can see how it played out. And particularly in this one, that Motorstoke Gym shiny was like 6 full odd shinies in one, time-wise, so... Snowlad, welcome stream, dude. How are you doing today? Oh, Pokemon with Pugs, welcome to stream. Been watching the videos for a while and this is the first live stream you've caught. Thank you so much, I'm really glad that you love the content. And thanks for the good luck as well. I'm hoping that this will be today. But who knows? Who knows? How are you doing, Pokemon with Pugs? I love the name, by the way. That's so good. Calamari, very good question. Would I do a playthrough of Legends of 8 or another challenge with it? I'm torn a little bit. What I would like to do with Legends ZA is, do you know how Absolblog's Pokemon does his, like, movies, where he plays through the game normally, and he kind of records all of his thoughts and, you know, what he thinks about the game and all the rest of it. I would like to do that without catching shinies, you know, just a regular playthrough of the game, and then do a shiny only playthrough of it afterwards. I just don't know whether that is what I will actually do. It's a bit of a tough decision because this is going to be the first Pokemon game that's released while I've had the channel, which is really weird, to be honest, because I've been doing these videos for 1.5 years now, so to say that no Pokemon games have come out in that entire time feels really odd, because that's not usually Pokemon style, is it? Usually we get like a yearly release almost, but yeah, so it's kind of a question that I keep putting through my own head. I'm like, I don't know whether to do just a straight up Legends ZA, but I can only use shinies to start with, or do I want to do a story playthrough of the game and then, you know, then do the shiny only playthrough later on. I don't know. I'm torn. But I do like, you know, I'm sure you can all tell from the videos that I've made, I do like sort of talking about the story and the characters and analysing things and trying to, like, you know, not just talk about the shinies that we found. But I usually do that in the same video as the shinies, so it just might be a bit of a weird format for me to, like, play it and then play it with shinies afterwards, but I think I am going to try to. I think that probably will be what I do. Just have to see how it goes. And I'm going to have to take a break because I'm desperate to water the piranha plants. It's been an hour and 45 minutes since we started streaming, so I will be right back and then I will answer everybody's comments and stuff. But yeah, just give me 2 mins. Right, I'm back. Sorry. Whew. I also went and got a drink. Some Pepsi Max Cherry. And I bought myself a cake today. From, so I'm moving house soon. And the place that I'm moving to has... It's like an estate, so it's basically like a load of houses all together in kind of like a suburban area. You get the drift. But they have a little shop on the edge of the estate that, you know, just sells like regular stuff, just like a little, kind of like a smaller version of a supermarket. And I went in and they had red velvet cake in a little box like this. If you like some ASMR, red velvet cake. So I couldn't not get some, but I just went in literally just to see what it would be like when we moved there, to see what kind of food they had. So you are all gonna have to put up with me eating a little bit of cake live on stream. Let's try it. See if this is any good. If this is terrible, I'm withdrawing my house offer. It's pretty good. It's really good, actually. Very sugary. I don't think I can eat the whole thing. Let me just... Yeah, we're keeping the house. We're moving. Oh, that's good. But I'm not going to eat the whole thing, so... But you will catch me just getting a piece every now and again. Oh, Pepsi Max Cherry as well. I've not had it in forever. That's good. Real good. So... Sorry, I did say that I would read everybody's messages. So... Carlos, I think I was up to you last. The fire gym odds were wild. Hope that never happens again. Me too. Me too. That was... terrible. It was terrible. I hope it never happens again as well. I know it will do at some point. I just don't know when that will be. But hopefully it's not this one. Because this is the last real time consuming shiny hunt, I think, of the run. Dynamax Adventures might be. It's got the potential to really screw me over, but I don't think it's going to. So, yeah, I'm going to remain optimistic on that one. Snowlad's great, just woke up. Very nice, very nice. It always catches me off guard when people say they just woke up and it's like 20 past 3 here, and then I remember time zones are a thing. Pugs with Pokemon is... sorry, no. Not Pugs with Pokemon. Pokemon with Pugs is all good. Brilliant. You've been enjoying this weekend's Flamigo event. Very nice. I did see that was going on. Looks pretty cool. I have gotten involved a couple of times now with like the little events that have been going on. I did manage to get myself a couple of Ekans, a couple of what was the other one? Oh, oh my god, what's it called? Not Sandaconda. Silicobra. And a few Carbink as well, when that was on. Calamari normally just binge watches Absol's movies when you shiny hunt. Yeah, very good choice. You know, Absol is just one of my favourite content creators probably ever. He's brilliant, you know. The way he does his videos, I could never ever like make videos as good as Absol's. The way that he does all like the filming of his life and stuff, and then he puts it all in and he integrates it all. It's really is brilliant. But yeah, I think if I was to make a video that was sort of along the lines of his for ZA, I think it would be more just like me just playing the game and sort of exploring every aspect of it that I can do. But I think when ZA comes out, I am going to book like 2 weeks off work and just play ZA all day, every day. So yeah, hopefully. Laura, I'm glad you like Cyndaquil on the Be Right Back screen. Ori needs to take some time to talk about how dumb Cyrus is. Cyrus is very dumb. Very bad plan in BDSP. Yeah, and Diamond Pearl Platinum. I just don't understand Team Galactic at all. I think I was very frustrated in the BDSP video about the way they do things. Here are these 3 creatures that can create a chain that will control the legendary Pokemon. But I'm not going to keep the Master Ball to control it, just in case. And I'm also not going to keep these 3 Pokemon, you know, essentially hostage. You can just release them. I'm sure that they won't break the red chain. And I'm sure you won't roll up with a Master Ball later on and catch the legendary Pokemon. He's just an idiot. He's a really, really massive idiot, Cyrus. And I don't like him. That's really brutal, but yeah. Zach, very good reminder to stretch and hydrate. Oh, very nice, Gold. Went on a quick walk, got a really beautiful sky. I will definitely take a look when I can. It's 7 AM for you, Snowlad. Damn. You're up early. Really early. 7 AM. Bloody hell. Oh, 100% Lara, yeah. So I'm streaming these. Usually what I do is, for like past videos, I'll just clip, you know, the part that where I find the shiny, you know, like I'll just put that in. But what I decided for like this challenge was if I could start streaming, then that would be really cool because everyone can see my reaction. Unfortunately, Rookidee and Tyrogue came before I bought the streaming stuff, so I don't have reactions for those, but I do have reactions for like everything else. And yeah, they'll all be in the video. So even if you catch the stream and you see me, you know, you see me find the shiny like today, fingers crossed, you'll still see it in the actual video as well when I make that. Because I can't not put it in. It would be crazy not to use it, you know. Yeah, the 24,000 resets one. Here's the thing. I don't know if you've gone back and looked at any of the other streams. I don't go crazy when I find shinies. I do give a nice reaction, I think. My reaction tends to be like happy, you know, and I'm excited, clearly, but like I don't scream and shout and like tip the chair over and stuff like some people do, because it's just not me. But yeah, the Vulpix. The Vulpix was a bit of a shame, right? Because I don't know what happened. This has never happened on any other recording that I've done, but for Vulpix, something went wrong with the sound in the background. So my you can hear what I'm saying, and you can see everything on screen perfectly fine, and there's nothing wrong with that, but the game music started like repeating on itself, which I think was either a problem with OBS or it was a problem with Sword and Shield. So there's a little bit of like a... It's the only clip that didn't go perfectly. But it's, you know, it is what it is, unfortunately. And it's still a pretty cool reaction, and hopefully people will like it when it does release. But yeah, I don't know what went wrong with that one. Oh, you've got to start on the video, Snow Ladder. Well, good luck. Good luck. The editing begins again. Your reactions are just you saying, dude. To be fair, my I think my Scarlet and Violet ones were like that. Like especially in the teal mask. I remember somebody commented on the video, and I was like, they're absolutely right. Where I was just like, oh, there's a shiny. But I think that's the thing when it's in a game like Scarlet and Violet, they appear so often that you just kind of... You just get used to them, don't you? And you just get to a certain point where you go... I don't know, it's hard to feel like massively excited. You just kind of go, oh, there's the shiny. In Sword and Shield, I definitely get more excited. You didn't expect me to jump around, but even just seeing it, the relief of finally finding it is fun. Yeah, good shout. Yeah, there was some really good moments in the last stream we did for Combee, where 10 minutes before I found the shiny, I found that all of my Pokemon had Pokerus, and that was pretty wild. Because in literally 10 minutes, there was two very, very, very rare moments. You know, there was the shiny, and then there was this like 1 in 21 or 22,000 chance of finding Pokerus. So that was a cool one. I didn't really pop off when I found my shinies, but there's a 1 in 4,096 odds that you'll hear a loud gasp. Just a oh my god. Snowlad sometimes gets so excited that you forget to speak correctly. Yeah, I'm a bit like that. I think Druddigon, the clip for it that I've got is like, I've got a usable bit, and then I've got a bit where I completely like fluffed on what I was saying, and I had to just like start over basically with like what I was saying. So my reaction is genuine, and then like the 20 seconds after that is genuine, and then I was talking about something and I just was making no sense, and I had to like stop and be like, let me think what I'm supposed to say here. What was I trying to say? Jake loves Legends Arceus for the shiny sound it gets you every time. Me too. I adore the shiny sound in Arceus. It's one of my favourite things in all Pokemon. Always gets me excited. Yeah, I get that, Calamari. Because it's just so much more rare, isn't it? I do understand. I think, see, I do get really excited in Legends Arceus, but I think it's what Jake said with the shiny sound and the sparkle. That's what gets my excitement up. And then, but I think when I think about it, you know, one full odd shiny in Sword and Shield or in BDSP, it is a lot more rewarding than Legends Arceus. I just think Legends Arceus is really fun and really sort of It's obviously not as rewarding, but it's definitely as exciting. And I think when I do the full odds shiny, the full odds shiny challenge for Legends Arceus, which again is a long time away, but I've got it on my brain to do. That will be really exciting, you know, because it will be for 1 in 4096. So when I finally see it appear, I'll be like, oh my god, you know, it's here. That actually is rewarding. Shiny effect in Sword and Shield has more impact than in Scarlet Violet. Totally agree. Totally agree. The shiny sparkle in Scarlet and Violet, when you first encounter a Pokemon and it just does the little sparkle, I think it's quite disappointing. You know, it doesn't give that same, like when you look at every time I send Ninetales out, that shiny sparkle is gorgeous. It's not really in Scarlet Violet. In 12 hours after hunting for a full odds Ponyta, you will take the outbreak odds any day. Yeah. Yeah, I remember sort of being similar. When I started my Legends Arceus video, just walking around the Obsidian Fieldlands for like 8 hours, 10 hours, and finding nothing was quite brutal. However, I do think the thing for me is since the Legends Arceus run, I've done a full run in BDSP and I've done nearly a full run in Shield now. So I've gotten a lot more used to long shiny hunts, you know, ones that when I first started YouTube, I did Let's Go Pikachu, which was basically like I'd find a shiny a day, pretty much. You know, like I'd sit down and I'd start recording, and I knew by the end of that day I was gonna find a shiny. And if I didn't find one, I was very unlucky. Legends Arceus was very similar. I knew if I was going to sit down on a weekend and start looking for shinies, I was going to find 2 or 3. Scarlet and Violet, also the same. You know, like I knew that I was going to find one pretty quickly because you're just seeing so many Pokemon in the overworld and stuff. It's you know, it's easy. But BDSP and Sword and Shield, you sit down to start a shiny hunt and you're like, this could be a month. Like, it really could be. You know, 2 or 3 times a week for a month. So I'm a lot more used to it now, and I think if I went back into Legends Arceus and I did a full odd shiny run, and it was just roaming around the Obsidian Fieldlands, whereas previously I would spend 8 hours running around and I'd just kind of go, you know, I'd get really frustrated because I hadn't found one in 8 or 10 hours. Now I think I'd be like shocked if I did find one in 8 or 10 hours from running around full odds in Legends Arceus. I'd be pretty grateful. I'd be okay with it. So yeah. My perspective has changed. Part of you was glad you didn't have to do the shiny only run a BDSP. Yeah. Well, listen, you might end up doing it, yeah. You might do it at some point. If you do, best of luck to you. But it is a long one. It is a long one, I'll be honest. Might pop up for Valentine's Day, maybe. Maybe. I'm hoping I find it before then. Because that would mean if it pops up for Valentine's Day, it means that it's probably at like 7,000 or 8,000 encounters or something. So I'm hoping before then. Zach, good question. Who had a worse evil plan, Cyrus or Rose? I don't know, really. I'm gonna say Rose. Not Rose, sorry. I'm gonna say Cyrus. And the reason I'm gonna say Cyrus is because Rose, at the very least, got most of it right and just couldn't quite contain the power of Eternatus. Whereas Cyrus kind of just like literally ruined his own plan. You know, he had all those everything set up perfectly to do what he was going to do, and then just kind of went, oh, and you can have the Master Ball, and we're going to tell everybody our plans, and you know, we're gonna let these three, the Lake Trio, go, and they're gonna, I'm sure they're not gonna come back to haunt us. So I just think that Cyrus did it to himself, and that's almost more annoying than just not having a very good plan. Like, not having a very good plan is just, I don't know. That's just unfortunate, but I think literally undoing your own plan is annoying. It frustrates me that he did what he did. But, like, I think it was poor writing, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, nice, Jake. You found all your old games from years back. You had a save file on Soul Silver from 2011 with a shiny Ponyta. Very nice. That was your first shiny. I've lost my first shiny, unfortunately. It was a Mienfoo from like X or Y, I think, or Sun and Moon. But very nice that you've still got your shiny Ponyta. Have you got Pokemon Bank to transfer it up and stuff? Yeah, there you go, Calamari. Same for you. You know, like, it's funny, isn't it? You in certain games you're just expecting to find one, and then in another you know that you'd be very, very lucky if you did. So I do get it. Oh, very nice, Snowlad. You're gonna do some like videos of playing older Pokemon games for the first time. That's really cool. Really cool. I would like to do some games from the DS era. The only problem I've found is that I don't know how to get a capture card on a DS to do that. Yeah, and obviously for my channel, the whole Shinies, you know, thing would be very difficult to do in 8,192 odds. I mean, it takes me ages to do these ones, but yeah, it would be quite nice to eventually do a series where maybe I just play through games, just as is. That would be pretty cool. I don't think they'd do all that well for me, but I'd like to do it. We're officially labelled as Cyrus haters at this point. Yes. Yes, but I've gone on record, to be fair, saying I'm a Cyrus hater. There's a video out where I'm very clear about it. Soul Silver's amazing, Jake, yeah. Really amazing, I agree. One of my favourites for sure. And Generation 2 was my first generation of Pokemon. I played Silver over and over and over again. It's why Cyndaquil is on like my channel artwork, because even though Gligar is my favourite Pokemon, Cyndaquil is my first ever Pokemon ever that I picked. remember I used to play my Game Boy Color in the car on the way to like places with my parents, and the biggest memory I have about the Game Boy Color was there was no backlit screen. If you remember what they were like, so like the Game Boy Advance SP, the screen would light up, but the Game Boy Color, the screen would not light up. It was just, you know, you could only really use it in like the day. So if you were using it at night, you had to buy these like special attachments that were like lights that they look like, you know, Boo from... Oh, actually, Chinchou's actually a really good example for this. They look a little bit like the lights on Chinchou. You'd like bend them onto the screen, and it would shine light onto the screen when you were like playing in the dark. It's ridiculous, isn't it? That wasn't even that long ago. So yeah, that was my first foray into the world of Pokemon all those years ago. 24 years ago, nearly, actually, now. There's one. Those take years to make unless you're really lucky, I would agree. Yeah, yeah. I watched somebody quite new. I commented on the video the other day. Let me just see if I can find them, because you all might like the video that they made. Oh, let me just pull that down. I'll share the like sort of channel. So if you fancy watching like a full odds run of like a Pokemon Black, I think it's Pokemon Black. Yeah, Pokemon Black using only shinies. PB Carrot released one the other day. Pokemon Black using only shinies. Very good one to watch. I think that took 3 years. So there you go. Zach says Pokemon Crystal was your first game and Cyndaquil was your first Pokemon. Very nice. We were very close on that one. Mine was Silver, yours was Crystal, same generation, and Cyndaquil was our first Pokemon. We're basically the same, like the same kid. Quite a few of you remember those terrible Game Boy lights and the struggle to find some light to play it. Sitting at an angle in the back seat to get more sunlight on your Game Boy. It's ridiculous when you think about it, isn't it? Like, that was 24 years ago. What are things going to be like in 24 years' time? If that's how far we've come. I'm hoping for like, and this will never happen. This is like the equivalent of when people thought that we'd have like hoverboards back from like the year 2000. But I'm hoping for like, for like a VR kind of thing of Pokemon where you can like, you're on like a treadmill and you can move around and throw Pokeballs, and that's what I would like in 24 years' time. When I'm, oh god, 54. Ugh. Nope. Jake, your first console was a Game Boy Color in purple. Oh, very nice. With yellow version that you got as a kid in Turkey. Oh, very nice. Wish you still had it, but it must have been thrown out. Gutted. That's awesome. I do remember those old, like, you could get like Game Boy Color games and stuff. I think I had sure I had one from like Tenerife or something that my parents must have got me from like a market. Isn't that so wild that they used to just sell stuff in like in those countries on like a market? definitely weren't the real games from what I remember. I had it wasn't a game, but I had the first Pokemon movie that came out. I had like a popcorn bucket, and I think that got thrown out, and I really regret that. That was so cool. It's gone forever. I had like you remember the like Mewtwo and all these clone Pokemon against like Ash and like Mew and all those, and that was what was on the bucket. It was amazing. Oh, hiya Ham, welcome back. You're still going for Drowsy. Well, good luck. But nice to see you again. Calamari, you watched a video, very nice. Yeah, she had really good shiny luck. Those first 3 in like under, I think they were like either under 1,000 encounters between all 3 of them, or just over 1,000 encounters for the first 3, when it's 1 in 8,192. Absolutely nuts. Well, a very good video, very good video. I liked the style, the way it was edited. Totally agree. Snorlad, your main hope for the next Pokemon games is that they run well. Can't take another Scarlet Violet Lagfest. I would agree. Not looking forward to it if it's like that. I really want ZA to look, and I know people are going to say I'm absolutely nuts for saying this, but I want it to look like Legends Arceus or Sword and Shield, but with the scale maybe of closer to Scarlet and Violet, you know, a bit bigger and grander, but looks good enough, you know, performs to a standard that you can get on board with. Do you know what, Jake? It's funny you said that about the game not saving, because I had my parents bought me a copy of Emerald when I was younger off of eBay, and I was so excited because I really wanted Emerald. I loved Sapphire, played it to death, and I remember they bought me it off eBay, and it was the same thing. It would like, I would save. I remember I got like 4 hours into the game and I saved, and then I turned the console off, and I came back the day after, and it just like was the start of the game, and it was clearly a dodgy copy. Gutted, because I never ended up getting Emerald back. I just kind of, that was my one chance, and somebody on eBay ruined it. Oh, Chaos, welcome to stream. Yellow Game Boy Color with Pokemon Yellow, very nice. Still have it, and the full level 100 live index is still saved. That's so cool. That's amazing. Oh well, thanks for sharing that. That's honestly, that's really cool. It's a shame that you'll not be able to like transfer them up or anything, but that's like quite a rare little collection, I would say. Yellow Game Boy Color with Pokemon Yellow and a full level 100 live index. Insane. Wolf, welcome to stream. And King, oh my god, I've not seen you in ages. How are both of you? Why does King say oh no? Oh right, been busy. Got ya. Oh well, I'm sorry to hear you've been busy. I mean, actually, some people like being busy, I suppose. I like being not busy, but I hope you're all good. And I see what you mean now. The Lost Emerald save. Sorry. Yes, that was very sad. Because I just, like I said, I never got a chance to get Emerald again. That was like my one shot. Mum's spaghetti. Jake, you think your first game was silver and your brother got gold? That's so cool. You could trade via the link cable. That's awesome. Yeah, I never really knew that many people who played Pokemon when I was younger. So trading was never really something I did all that often, from what I can recall. I mean, trading has probably been the bane of my life for Pokemon for the entirety of the time I've played it. Can't tell you how many times as a kid I wanted, you know, like, to play through a game using Alakazam or Gengar. You know, and particularly when do you remember when we had Diamond, Pearl and Platinum? And is it Mindy? The woman in Snowpoint City who trades you a Haunter with an Everstone. Furious is the only word that comes to mind. Oh, I agree, Calamari. You think Game Freak was pretty ambitious with Scarlet and Violet, but the graphics didn't keep up. Hopefully they found the right balance in the next release. Yeah, because for me, I don't want Pokemon to look... You know, like, I don't need it to look absolutely amazing. You know, like this, like, super high realistic world that you can just... You know... like, that takes so much power to run and all the rest of it. What I want is... sort of like these kind of Sword and Shield graphics or Legends Arceus graphics on a game that works and is quite large. You know, I want the scale to be decent, but I want the graphics to just be like decent as well, you know. I feel like they just tried to do too much with Scarlet and Violet. Just too much. And there is a middle ground there, I think. Scarlet and Violet didn't need to be as big as it was, and therefore it could have looked better and performed better. But we'll see. I'm itching to find out about ZA, to be honest. I'm really hoping that it's a full region and it's not just Lumio City, and yeah, and actually looks good and performs well. Oh, nice, Lara, you found your Fire Red and Emerald when you moved home 6 months ago. It's just a shame that you don't got the console to see what's on them. Yeah, because I mean, they can be a bit expensive, can't they? Picking up an old, like, Game Boy Advance or something like that. Right, time for a little bit more cake before I carry on. I need to fuel up. It's bloody good, this. Good question, King. Yeah, about performance. It's going to be really interesting, isn't it? To say, I've said this a few times on stream, like before you joined, but it's going to be really interesting to see if the Switch 2 makes Scarlet and Violet run better, because it's backwards compatible, so they're going to be available. So, you know, will they be better on those new consoles, or will they kind of just be the same? It's hard to know, isn't it? Jake, totally agree. If it runs smooth with good graphics, you'll be happy. Just need him to drop a trailer soon. I agree. More than anything, I just want to know whether ZA is going to be confined to Lumiose City, but it's going to be on a massive scale, which I think would be a really huge misstep, or whether it's going to be literally still like the region of Kalos, but Lumiose City is a focal point where you like have to rebuild it and stuff. Ham's jealous, presumably of the cake. Calamari's hungry. I apologise, but it's got to be eaten today. So I've kind of got to make sure I actually do eat it. It's pretty good. Yeah, not asks, still at it. Approaching 2,500, which isn't too bad. I mean, we've only been going for 2.5 hours, and I've done... let me think. Started at 130, so 70. I'm nearly at 370 encounters in 2.5 hours, which is pretty good, I think. I think I'm on track for 3 hours 450, which means 6 hours is 900, 7 hours would be 1050 encounters. So I should reach 3000 today, and tomorrow I should reach 4000 easy. Is emulating Scarlet and Violet any better, or is the actual game rather than the hardware used? I'll be honest, I don't know. This is the... I don't know. Maybe somebody will know the answer to that, but from what I understood, Scarlet and Violet were games that you couldn't really figure out what was wrong with them. People seem to, like, you'd have people who would have a new Switch, and Scarlet and Violet wouldn't run very well on it. You'd have people who'd have an old Switch, and they would run perfectly on it. You would have people who would have a physical cartridge, and it would be fine. And then you'd have people who'd have a digital, like a digital version, and it wouldn't be fine. And everything in between. It seemed very, like, random as to whether you had a good experience with it or not. For me, I never, ever experienced any bugs or glitches, but it ran like terribly. Like the lag and the performance was just not good. Which is a shame, because like I said, I actually really like the story and everything, but yeah, there was points in Scarlet and Violet when I was playing it where I was just like, this is like actually difficult to play, you know, because it's hurting my eyes to look at, and it's just so laggy and sort of taking me, it's immersion breaking, you know. I don't feel like I'm actually playing the game. I'm just kind of putting up with it. So I have no idea, to be honest, whether or not emulating it would solve the problems. Yeah, but maybe somebody would know that answer. to be fair. It must have been documented. Not ask, I have watched Better Call Saul. Yeah. Love Better Call Saul, actually. Actually, I'm going to double down and say something that you might not agree with. But I actually think Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. They're both fantastic. Don't get me wrong. But I think Better Call Saul is better. Really, really good show. Really good show. It's just a bit slow to begin with. Have you watched it yet? Not at 2,500. Unfortunate. Why do I find Better Call Saul better? I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on, but I just think that Better Call Saul, like, really, every single episode had me on, like, the edge of my seat, sort of, like I was very interested in everything that it had to, like, say, and everything that it had to tell, and I think that it did a really, really good job of taking all these characters that you already know and somehow, like, making their backstories, you know, make sense in the lead up to the actual show. I think that's quite difficult to do, you know, to have like a prequel and make it make sense before, even though the show that follows it has already come out. So, as an example, you know, seeing how Mike became the person that he was in Breaking Bad, because Mike's my favourite character. Seeing how Gus got to where he was, and the sort of conflict that he had with Hector, seeing how that played out. Nacho was an unbelievable new character that didn't exist in Breaking Bad, but absolutely stole the show in Better Call Saul. It was amazing. So yeah, sorry, one more thing. The other thing that I really love about Better Call Saul is it takes something so monotonous, like being a lawyer, you know, like being something that really shouldn't be interesting, and yet makes it really interesting, and also juxtaposes it against like the world of crime. You know what I mean? Like seeing Hector and Gus and Mike and how all those stories started also tie into what Saul's doing. I just think it's genius. I really do. So yeah, Breaking Bad's great. I just think that Better Call Saul for me is just like, it's super impressive that they made it into such a good show, because it really, when you think about it, it shouldn't work, but it does. What's my favourite character in Better Call Saul? Probably still Mike, but Nacho is really good. Nacho is a super interesting character. You're on season 4 of Breaking Bad, but you've heard that Gus, Crazy 8, Tuco, and some guys called Lalo and Nacho, who are probably not important. Trust me, Nacho's pretty good. So, you are right, all those people are in it. It's not really a spoiler to say they're in it or anything, because it's not like you already know how their stories finish. It's just showing you how they got there. or well, I'm assuming you will know by the end of Breaking Bad how people's stories finish, is what I'm saying. It just shows you the lead up to everything that happened in Breaking Bad. So yeah. But what I would say not ask is for you, for Better Call Saul, it is a bit slow to begin with. So just bear with it. If you do watch it, just give it a bit of a chance, because it does take a little bit of time to become good. It's not like you to begin with. You might think, oh, this is a bit weird, but I promise it gets really good. Ham, definitely watch Breaking Bad first, because Better Call Saul is like a prequel, but it also has elements within it that show you what happens after Breaking Bad. It's a bit of like a mix. So if you watch Better Call Saul first, you'll be really confused, because you'll be like, oh, why is... what's going on here, or what's going on there, do you know what I mean? Because it's showing you what happened to certain characters after Breaking Bad, as well as what happened before Breaking Bad. Another reason as to why it's so genius, because it you know, it plays off these two totally different moments in time, but it's so interesting to watch. And Better Call Saul also showed me the path to enlightenment that is Cinnabon. I will not say any more than that, but I now love Cinnabon. And I probably never would have had one if it wasn't for Better Call Saul. You're stuck at the end of Season 3, you don't want to watch Season 4 because you've heard Jesse and Walter become enemies. Yeah, what I would say is... I don't want to spoil anything for you, really. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything for you, but what I will say is that I think it's... Breaking Bad is a series that was never gonna end with all the characters, you know, like ending happily, you know. I can't say any more than that. All I can say is it's worth watching. Like, if you've watched it up to Season 3, make sure you see it through, because you'll really love it. Thanks, Nolad. Well, good luck for the video, and thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the good luck as well. Nice to see you again. And yeah, I just can't wait to see your video. So yeah, best of luck. We're about to get to 25-25. What would I give Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and El Camino a score out of 10? I think El Camino is probably the worst of the three, but that doesn't make it bad. It just, you know, I mean, one of them's got to be the number 3, and it is El Camino. I would give it out of 10, like a 7, maybe. It's just kind of like, it gives some important sort of context to certain characters' endings, and it's an alright thing to watch, you know. Yeah, El Camino probably wasn't needed. I can't say much about it, because what happens in El Camino is very, very like spoiler heavy. If you don't know what happens at the end of Breaking Bad, it's very like, it would ruin Breaking Bad for you. So I can't say much about it, but what I can say is you could take it out and it probably wouldn't matter all that much, but I think it's like it does wrap some things up nicely. So that's El Camino. I say 7 out of 10. Breaking Bad has got to be a 9 out of 10. It's great, isn't it? It's amazing. Not much wrong with it, really. Great show. And I think Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul and El Camino, if you put all of them together, are a testament to why studios should not get involved with TV shows. They should give the person who came up with that universe complete creative control. Vince Gilligan, who made the Breaking Bad universe, was involved in all 3 of those projects, and all 3 of them were really good, and they all make sense, and they all work, and I just think that, you know, that's super important. There's a lot of TV shows that have been ruined because studios get involved. The Walking Dead, I'm looking at you. So yeah, but Breaking Bad, 9 out of 10. Great story, great ending. Not really many faults with it. I think the only thing I could say for Breaking Bad is that there are some points where it is a little bit, just a little bit like, not fillery, but like there's like 1 or 2 episodes here or there where you kind of go, we didn't really need that episode. I wish we'd just not really had it. Or we didn't really need that particular storyline. Like, I don't know if you've seen the episode called The Fly. Good example of an episode that you just don't really... They could have just removed. But yeah. Otherwise, amazing. Better Call Saul. I'll go... I can't give a 10, because I don't think there is anything... I don't think there is a 10. Because there's always something you could probably improve. But I'll go 9.5. Better Call Saul. Takes everything that was brilliant about Breaking Bad, and I think just improves on it just a smidge more. Just kind of... For me, I don't remember there being any, like, fat on Better Call Saul. It was like, none of it needed trimming. Everything was relevant and perfect, and in my opinion. So there you go. That's what I'll give them. Really do love them. Yes, that's exactly what happens. At the end of Breaking Bad, Walter stops being a criminal and he retires, and him and his family spend the rest of their lives enjoying the money, and Jesse lives with them in the basement, and everything's fine. Everything's fine. I can't wait for you to see it, to be honest, because I think you'll really like it. I think Breaking Bad is 100% one of those shows that we've all got them, haven't we? A show that you wished you could go back and watch for the first time again. Do you know what I mean? Like you wished you could go and experience it all over again. Because it is just great. Yeah, do you know what? You've convinced me. I might rewatch. I might rewatch Breaking Bad. There's a show. There's a show that I want to watch soon. It's advertised. I think it's from Apple TV, but everyone keeps going on about it. It looks really good. It's called Severance. Has anybody heard of that? Not really watching much at the minute. I've just finished watching a detective series called Strike, which J.K. Rowling wrote under a different pen name. She's called herself Robert Galbraith. Strike's really good, but I've finished that already. Me and my wife are watching something called Motherland at the minute, which is like a kind of like a comedy, like a parent comedy, you know, like for people who it's hard for me to relate to because I haven't got kids, but it is quite funny. But yeah, I don't know what to watch next, so I think Severance is going to be the one that we go for. Sounds pretty good. I think it's on. I know you said you'd not got Apple, but I think it's on Prime as well. I think. Lara's not watched a single episode of any of the shows in conversation. Sorry, Lara. I'm just alienating like half of my audience by talking about Breaking Bad non-stop, but it's pretty good. If you're looking for something to watch, it's good. We've just finished watching The Office as well, me and my wife. That's always good. The US Office, always good. Would highly recommend. Zach's got food, sausage patties and cheese. Both low in carbs, but you're already craving bread. Sausage patties and cheese sounds great, I'm not going to lie. Sounds really good. I'm going to try making next week. Somebody at work said that they buy like chicken and they like marinate it in like Greek yogurt, and then they pour like chicken tikka seasoning on it and stuff, and then they like put it in the oven and cook it, and I just can't wait. I'm definitely going to try that next week. Have I watched Dexter, Narcos or Yellowstone? Do you know what? I haven't watched any of those. Dexter, the guy who plays Dexter kind of creeps me out a little bit. I just don't, there's something about him that I just don't really, it weirds me out a little bit. Narcos, I think maybe I could get into, but I've just never got around to it. And Yellowstone sounds really good, to be fair. Yellowstone is one that keeps being recommended to me. I think I will get around to watching Yellowstone eventually. It sounds to me a bit like Ozark, and I really liked Ozark. But, so yeah. I've not watched Squid Game at all. I've not even watched season 1. That was one that I just never really got into. I remember when people... Squid Game was a massive craze, wasn't it? And so was... what else was there that was out? Squid Game, Tiger King. Does anybody ever heard of Tiger King? I never watched that either. So yeah, I never really end up getting on board with crazes, and then I do later on. Oh, I've just watched Black Doves on Netflix as well. That was alright. Not too bad. But I'm glad you like Squid Game. It sounds, it does look intriguing. Maybe I'll watch it eventually, like one day. That's fair, Lara. That's totally fair. And to be honest, I have like a bit of a mix, because I do like watching. Oh God! Just kicked over the bottle of Pepsi Max. Thank God, it was shut. It was like closed and not open, because I would have just kicked it all over my computer. That would have been bad. Yeah, I will watch shows with my wife, and I will watch shows on my own, but I also do like watching like YouTube as well. There are 100% times where like I'll watch Absol blogs or Arlie, or even just like games done quick. You know, like where people speedrun like the old Pokemon games. So totally understand that. You've heard of it, Wolf, but never wanted to watch it. You've seen ads of it, but you've heard there's a lot of controversy. Yeah, I'd never watched it. I know sort of what it's about, like vaguely, very vaguely. But yeah. Oh, congrats! Wolf's shiny Pachirisu hatched. Very nice. I love Pachirisu. It's a very, very cool shiny. I think I've got an alpha one from Arceus. But congrats. What are you going to call your Pachirisu? Have you got any nickname ideas? If you do them, that is. No, ask, you really like Dexter. Can't explain it with words, so you recommend just watching episode 1, that's fair. I know what Dexter's about. I know that it's like, he's a killer, but his job is to catch killers. It does sound like a really good premise, to be fair. Maybe I'll have to watch it someday, because it does sound good. Narcos is a good story, interesting but very mature themes. That sounds about right from the limited sort of stuff I've seen of it. And Yellowstone is good, but not the most development in story. Interesting. I would have thought Yellowstone... I'm glad you've said that, because I would have thought it had to have a lot of like story development, because it's... Isn't it like about a family on like a ranch, sort of? So I would have thought they would have to have a good story, otherwise it wouldn't be interesting to watch. So I'm glad you said that. Yesterday you hatched a shiny Dreepy, very nice, that you think you forgot to evolve. You might not name it, but you do name a couple of your Pokemon, that's fair. I never used to nickname my Pokemon. When I was a kid, I always just kind of was like, no, I want it to be called the Pokemon's name, because I always thought the Pokemon names were really cool. You know, Druddigon, Lanturn, Ninetales, like they're really good names, but since I've started the shiny only challenges, like I really love nicknaming them now. Especially if I've got a theme. You know, I have to have like a theme that I use, otherwise it's not as fun. But I don't think I could go back now to not nicknaming. Oh. Lara can't nickname anything beyond Gen 3 because you don't know the names. That's fair. Yeah, because I suppose you've not played, have you, for 12 years, like you said? Yeah. Yeah, good shout. Well, I just nickname I tend to choose a theme, and then what I'll try and do from that theme is attribute things that are that suit a certain Pokemon. So when I did BDSP and I did Star Wars, that was my nicknaming theme. I called my Spiritomb Sidious, like after Darth Sidious, and I thought that suited really well because he's basically an evil genius. So that's basically just what I do, and I'm trying to do the same in this one. Try and pick names that suit the Pokemon, even if the theme overall maybe doesn't necessarily suit the Pokemon. Okay, C not ask. So yeah, everybody knows how Narcos sort of ends. Dexter is quite easy to develop, but a limited family with limited people who can die off. Interesting. Yeah, true. It would stay the same, wouldn't it, in the story? I get that. That makes sense. Oh, Fasten. Hiya, dude. I didn't see your message then. How are you doing? It's very good to see you. I feel like it's been a while since I've spoke to you, because I've not streamed, have I? I know I've said that to everybody, but like, very nice to see you. Ham, I do have a theme for this challenge. It's a show. They're all based on a show called Westworld, which Westworld is basically like picture Jurassic Park, kind of, but rather than dinosaurs being the attractions, it's robots that look and behave just like humans. But they're programmed to be like Wild West personalities, and guests come and visit the park to sort of like live out a Wild West experience. But as with all good stories about, robots or dinosaurs or whatever, havoc inevitably wreaks. So yeah, the characters I've tried to like, as an example, Dolores in Westworld is like the main character, really, and she's a woman who goes from sort of being very like innocent and sort of like she's programmed to just be this sort of like damsel in distress to being like somebody who rules the world, basically. She has a massive following of the robots, and she herself is one of those like androids or robots. So I thought Vespiquen being like a queen bee was a very good fit for Dolores. Ninetales' dex entry says that it bears grudges and it can be very vicious and cunning. So I took there's a particular robot who kind of gets like almost like lobotomized, but she becomes like a cold-blooded killer when originally she was just like a working girl. So I thought that suits Ninetales. So that's kind of what I try and do with my nicknames, is pick even though they might not directly suit, just try and make them suit as best as I can based on the theme that I've got. It's difficult sometimes when, as an example, I've ended up with, I think, so I've caught 8 shinies, 6 of them have been female and 2 have been male. So I'm literally running out of female nicknames at this point. But other than that, it's really good to do. And I recommend Westworld. No, if anybody's, it's definitely like an 18 plus kind of series. So if you're not 18, don't watch it. But if you are, Westworld is pretty bloody good. Good fasting. I'm glad you're doing well. How was your holidays and stuff, like Christmas and New Year? Are you and Kylo all getting along okay? Yeah, I'll be honest, Ham, it is a bit of a weird show. It is a bit of a weird show, but it is pretty good. Yeah. It's very like sci-fi, but the reason I say it's similar to Jurassic Park is because like when you think of what happens in Jurassic Park, it's a theme park that has unnatural creatures living in it that the people who own the park can't control despite trying to, and inevitably the attractions break free and wreak havoc and are very, very, very bad news for the humans that are at the park when everything goes to hell. So both Westworld and Jurassic Park are very similar in that instance. So yeah. Oh, very nice, not ask. Kind of random, but you finished the Dark Knight trilogy in one night. Very cool. I've done similar ones with like the old Sam Raimi Spider-Man or Spider-Man movies, or like the old X-Men from like Fox. Like watched all them in like a weekend. It's really fun going back and watching them. Don't get me wrong, I love Marvel. Well, I did. Kind of gone off it a little bit now, but it nowadays there's so many like superhero movies and stuff that are out there, and it's sometimes nice to just go back and just watch those like OG ones where everything was a bit more simple and sort of structured. Fab, fast, and I'm glad that you had a really good time, and Kylo's doing great as well. That's fab news. Love Kylo. And yeah, my oldies were really good, thank you. Really good. I'm just going to take a quick break because I need to water the brown plants. It's been a while. And I've had a lot of Pepsi Max Cherry. So I'll be back in 2 minutes and then we will carry on. Wait, I'm back. Poll idea: DC or Marvel? It's a good question, to be fair. Let's have a little look if what the current polls like at the minute. So unfortunately, 44% of people were not right because we got 50 votes now. Wow, that's quite a lot. Because we passed 2,500. 38% of people says yes before 3,000, so that's still possible tonight. Very possible. 8% are saying no, but it'll be less than 4,096. And 10% of people are saying over odds. How dare they? I reckon we have to keep that poll up because we've not hit 3,000 yet. But I like the poll idea. So I think we should do that one tomorrow, for sure. Poll idea: DC or Marvel. If anybody wants to do not a fake poll, but kind of like put in the chat, you know, which one you prefer, by all means go for it. I reckon, for me, I just think Marvel did everything right for that 10 years between Iron Man releasing and Endgame releasing. That was, 10 years that I had of going watching 3 films a year in the cinema with my brother or with a friend, and it was just the best experience. I'll never forget the way that I felt when Infinity War and Endgame came out in cinemas, watching them for the first time. It was unreal. The atmosphere in the cinema and the sort of almost the community that was built around it. It was just, we'll never get that again. Or well, we might get it again, but it's very rare, isn't it? So yeah, tough one for me. But I reckon Marvel takes it for that 10-year span of just being perfect. Faston says it's a hard question because old school DC was amazing and Marvel after Iron Man was great. Yeah. Totally agree. I think see, the thing is I never really read the comics and stuff, so I can't all I can comment on is the films that I've seen. And I think DC had some cracking Batman films, and I even liked, Man of Steel, and I think the older Superman films as well really paved the way for the newer superhero kind of content that we've had in my lifetime, because they were pretty iconic. But I just think DC really fell off when they tried to copy what Marvel was doing, and they rushed it as well. It was a really bad idea, really poor execution. And it's a shame really, because I think they had just as much potential, but they didn't want to wait around, did they? They kind of wanted to try and catch up to Marvel immediately. And it doesn't work like that. You've got to earn it. You can't go from Man of Steel to Batman vs Superman to Justice League. It's not enough time. You need to really build up the characters and the story. It's why I've been so frustrated with Marvel since Endgame as well, because they've sort of done a similar thing, but almost, instead of rushing the story, they've just not bothered doing anything. They've just like put out loads of like almost like independent stories that are based in the same universe, but it makes you just think, what's the point in even watching an Avengers film in 2025 or 2026 whenever it's coming out? There's no development that we don't know anything about the villain or what's happening. And I know Jonathan Majors is a big part of that, because they were planning on having Kang and then he was found guilty, but I don't even think Kang could have saved it. I don't think they gave him enough development either. I think it's a Marvel problem. They just put out way too many projects that weren't connected. I mean, Captain America's supposed to come out soon, and I really like Anthony Mackie as Captain America. I really like Sam Wilson as Captain America. I think it's a really, really good idea. But the problem is, it's been 4 years since Falcon and the Winter Soldier came out. 4 years. And now he's getting a movie. It's like, why? Why have you waited that long? And the only reason is because they've put out a shed load of other films and TV shows that were like, you know, weren't very good and we didn't really need. It's a shame. All they had to do was follow the exact same formula that they had before Endgame, and they just didn't want to do that. Because they wanted money. Ham, you're not a fan of superhero movies, especially the new ones. Totally fair. Totally fair. It's, yeah. They've become very, sort of oversaturated now, haven't they? I was never really into superheroes as a kid, from what I remember. But I just really liked Marvel during that 10 years. I thought they did a really good job of like connecting everything. It was the first time I'd like ever seen, you know, movies that connected over a 10-year period. It's just, and it all culminates in a satisfying like payoff. You can't wait for Rebirth, Ham. Me neither, to be fair. When does it come out? Has it got like a release date yet? Or anything? Not got one yet, no. I wonder if it'll be this year, or if it'll be next year. It's hard to know sometimes, because like I know like I feel like there's quite a few things that I want release dates for, and I don't know what they are. So Rebirth's one, Legend ZA is another one, as well as the Switch 2. And then Stranger Things 5 hasn't given a release date either, it's just said 2025. Like, there's so many projects that are just kind of sitting there going like, we don't know when it's going to come out. Soon. This year, probably. Maybe next year. Like, that's it. I just want to know when. But maybe that's just me being impatient. Yeah, that's the one, Wolf. Yeah, the new Jurassic World movie. Ham, you'd want it to take a long time so it can be as good as possible. That's fair. That's fair. It's going to be interesting to see what the story is for it, because it really... I went into Dominion kind of thinking... Even this, like, once this film's over, surely there's nothing else they can do now, because it's just so, like, how do you even build on dinosaurs being out there in the world? Do you know what I mean? Like, so, I don't know. They're gonna have to come up with something good, and I just struggle to see what that would be. I mean, it's a series that really only made sense when it was on the island, and I actually don't mind them taking it off the island and trying things, because, you know, I think people say this a lot with Star Wars, where they say, like, oh, Star Wars just needs to take a break, you know, because it's a failing franchise. And what I always think is, I have no problem with them experimenting and trying stuff, because if they stopped, then you wouldn't be able to watch anything new anyway. So if they're making new stuff, you don't have to watch it. Like, Star Wars have released The Acolyte and Skeleton Crew, and I haven't watched either of those because I just didn't really have any interest in them. But I do want to see the next season of Andor, and I would love to see anything that's clone related if they released it. So it's the same thing with Jurassic World for me. It's like, I loved Camp Cretaceous. Chaos Theory, I was a bit like more like, oh, I'm not sure I'm really that bothered about that. But I don't think they should. I have no problem with them making it, because some people will like it, and it might turn out to be really good. So I'm just not sure what it's going to be, is all I'm saying, for Rebirth. I'm no problem with them trying new things. I just struggle to see what it could be. Zach says, fun fact, battle animations also include the throwing animation at the start of the battle. Yeah, good point, yeah. I suppose you're right there. So if when you say battle animations, do you mean battle effects? Like, if I turned that off, would... Let's see. Oh! What? Zach, you've just blown my mind. What? That's so weird. Why did he do that? Let's see, again. Watch this ball just come out of nowhere. That's so bizarre. Oh well, thanks for that, Zach. I am going to turn them on again, because I do like having them on. But that is really something. I had no idea that was a part of battle animations. That's so cool. Good spot. Calamari says GTA 6. Yeah, GTA 6, another one with no bloody release date. Just tell us. Ham says what they could do is make a prequel of the building off Jurassic Park. So do you mean like they could make like a prequel of how Jurassic Park came to be? Yes, that would be pretty cool. I think there would be some pretty cool ones as well for like maybe a prequel to Jurassic World showing how like they got all the dinosaurs off of how they got all the dinosaurs on Nublar like captured, and how they started like getting everything set up. They could do a bit of like a sequel on Isla Sorna and show what happened to the dinosaurs on that island and how they ended up being. The only problem is that I hate Dominion. I really hate Dominion. And there's some things where I'm like... So like, the two T-Rexes that were on Isla Sorna in The Lost World are the two that show up at the end of Dominion at the Biosyn Reserve. And it's like, you couldn't do something showing what happened to them, because we know where they end up. But it's a bit of a shame. But I do agree with you. I think there's a lot of room for like prequels and sort of like alternate stories within the universe, for sure. Or maybe make a movie completely based on the book. Totally, yeah. Totally. Not Ask wants to get into Star Wars. Well, it's a pretty good thing to get into, to be fair. There's a lot of... if you can get into Star Wars, you know, obviously you've got the movies. If you do watch the movies, my recommendation would be some of the animated series on Disney Plus are really good. The Clone Wars, The Bad Batch, Rebels are all really good. Really good shows. Really good ones to get involved with. Gold's back, welcome back. Fast and will be right back. Ham says maybe make a movie completely based on the book. Well, do you know what? I would actually... Oh! That's the shiny. Yes! 2,629. Oh. Oh, thank God. Thank God that did not go over odds. Not even close, really. 2,629 is nowhere near. But, oh my God. Do you know what? I was expecting it to be a little bit more bioluminescent, but what I will say is it's gorgeous, isn't it? What a clever idea for it to be like bioluminescent. It's kind of odd that Lanturn is like a purpley colour, and it's not like this at all, but it's so beautiful. That's a lot nicer than I thought it was going to look. Right, so what I need to do is I need to swap into Charlotte, because she can put this thing to sleep. James just got here, just in time. Jurassic Park was our good luck charm for this one, along with this little thing. Oh, it's got takedown. Oh, I don't like that. Let's hope that we can put this to sleep. And, you know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't think that one through. Uh-oh. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I was a little bit... I'm not going to lie. When it used takedown, and then we couldn't put it to sleep because of the electric terrain. I was a little bit worried then, but we're okay. Thank God I went for Chinchou and I didn't go for like Lanturn or anything. We got it! And it's gorgeous as well. I almost don't want to evolve it. Chinchou's data will be added to the Pokédex. The Angler Pokemon. On the dark ocean floor, its only means of communication is its constantly flashing lights. Beautiful. Thanks, guys. Very nice to have you all here to get it back. I missed some of your messages because I was catching it, so I'm just gonna catch up on the messages and then we'll nickname it and all the rest of it. But a lot of you saw it, which I'm very happy about. Paper's here, you saw it, lovely. I'm very happy about that. I'm so sorry that Lara left, but at least you can watch it back. James caught it just in time as well. Dan Phantom, welcome stream. As someone who's doing a Pokemon Shield Shiny Badge quest, this has remotivated my hunt. That's lovely to hear. I'm really glad that it has. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Calamari, glad you didn't fail it. Yes, me too. Me too, very much so. But the thing is Chinchou's... It's one of those Pokemon, isn't it? It's quite like a... Well, not like a weak Pokemon, but it's very... It's relatively weak, isn't it? You know, so I thought I did feel like we'd be okay to catch it, but I didn't think at all about the electric terrain. Kind of got lucky. But anyway, it's all good. We've caught it. Let's see what its nature is. It's a boy, so that's pretty good because I was running out of female nicknames, wasn't I? So that's very nice. Carried the Premier Ball trend on as well. Every Pokemon's been caught in a Premier Ball. Is that... that's attack up at the cost of speed, I think, which is not great. However, Volt Absorb's pretty good. I'm very glad that I got Volt Absorb and not Illuminate. So, yeah, that's pretty good. So yeah, we'll go and get this thing nicknamed, and we'll evolve it as well. May as well evolve it on stream. I think, to be fair, I think Chinchou is probably going to replace Charlotte, so I will put Armistice back in the party. And yeah, this is going to be the team moving forward. But for now, let's just go and let's go and nickname him. Now the tough thing here is I can level this up a little bit, but it's going to be really useful against Raihan, so I can't overlevel it because I've only noticed this right in the last few gyms. If you're doing this challenge, just for anybody who's like, because I know Calamari's doing one, I know Dan said that he's doing one. Be really careful about going to the Isle of Armor and getting the experience charm if you want to keep things like at a level cap, because the last few gyms, the levels between the gym leader's ace and my Pokemon have been like very, very slim. I've had to like avoid every trainer on the route and then battle the you know, like the gym trainers in the mission, and just about scrape through without over leveling. So just be careful if you're doing it. 38% of people were right. Can end the poll now as well. Or 37% of people were right. Yes, at less than 3,000 encounters. Exactly right, Lara. Pretty good odds in the end. Not bad at all. 2,629. So other than it was the second longest hunt, I suppose, of the challenge. so far. Vulpix was about 2 years in front, but still, not bad. Not bad at all. And I now need to find a Westworld nickname for this Chinchou. So let's have a little look. Westworld characters. So, for men, we've got a lot of choices. We've got William. We've got Ed. Not Ed. Sorry, that's the actor's name. We've got William. We've got Ashley, Lee, Caleb, Teddy, Felix. Oh, I quite like Felix. I quite like Felix. Yeah, I'm gonna go Felix, I think. And then, hopefully, I really, really need this, my Tyrantrum that we're gonna hatch. We're gonna be able to start hatching from tomorrow. How cool is that? We're gonna be able to start hatching for Tyrant tomorrow. That is gonna have to be... Well, I'm really hoping that it's gonna be male. So... Because I've got a Pokemon's name in mind. Sorry, a nickname in mind for that Pokemon. So that's Felix. Let's evolve Felix. Is everybody ready for this? Here we go. It's such a good shiny. Look at that. How cool is that? Do you know what as well? It looks amazing in Sword and Shield as well. Like it's a shiny that would look cool in like Scarlet and Violet, but it just looks so polished in this game. It looks really, really gorgeous. And I wanted this. Can I just say, I wanted this from way earlier in the challenge, but the problem was it only appears like a 50-60% fit like rate in Hulbury if you're fishing. So I had to wait until now to be able to surf around to get one. And even then I only realised that like last week, so I thought I'd had to give up on it, and now we've got one. I don't know if you can see this because it's a bit smaller on stream, obviously, but you know it's the lights on its head. They've got like a glow around them as well, like a glow effect. Which is just it's just perfect, isn't it? That might be one of my favourites that we've like caught in this whole video. Oh my god. We're not going to be stockpiling, I don't think. Or actually we might do, but not yet. I need to figure out what moves it's going to have. Maybe Ice Beam. For oh, it can learn Icy Wind. That could be really useful for Raihan. Have I got Ice Beam? Let's have a little look. Well, it's going to need Scald. I'm pretty sure I want that. So we'll put that there instead of Takedown. It can learn Dazzling Gleam as well. That's actually really good. But I'm not going to commit to that one just yet. What else can it learn? I haven't got Ice Beam. I might need to look around for that one. But that's okay. Let's just have a little look at Felix's stats. Yeah, it's a weird one, Lanturn, because it's not got brilliant stats, I'll be honest. It's got like 76 special attack and attack base stats. Its defenses aren't much better. Its speed's quite low. It's got very high HP. I do kind of want to see. Let me go to my boxes. I want to see what its IVs are like, so we're going to go and look at this in Pokemon Home. Let me just save. Make sure I save before we do anything. Let's just have a little look. Oh, congrats, Wolf, on evolving the shiny Dreepy. And Jake, thanks so much for the congratulations. You just had a power cut and missed it. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's gutting. At least you can watch it back. I was only talking about Jurassic Park anyway, I think. As it popped up. What's next? Very good question. So what I'm probably going to do tonight is... Well, actually, I'm going to ask you guys what you want to do. But I know what my preference would be. So I always beat all of the gyms off stream. Because, basically just because it makes the... I have to download the stream recording and like take the clip, and obviously we've got the overlay and everything on, so it doesn't make for a very good viewing experience. So what I do is I beat the gyms offline and I record it purely without the overlay and everything. So what I'm gonna do, if you guys want me to hunt, if you want to have a fresh shiny hunt for tomorrow in Tyrant with a lot of eggs collected, so we can just like hammer them out and maybe even find the second to last shiny tomorrow, then I'll go offline in about half an hour to an hour. I'll spend the rest of tonight beating Raihan and getting the team leveled up and all the rest of it, and recording all that stuff. And then I'll go and catch a Tyrant, start hatching the eggs, and collecting them. And then tomorrow, when the stream starts, we can just like get started. The alternative is that I can sort of like halve tomorrow's stream and start later. I can amend the stream and update it, and then we can spend the rest of tonight like doing like raid battles and stuff, and just like getting, I don't know, trying to find like Ice Beam for Lanturn and things like that. So it's kind of up to you guys really. My preference would be end stream in about half an hour to an hour, go offline, get everything set up and ready for tomorrow, and then tomorrow we go for Tyrant. But let me know what you think. Now, Felix. Let's see what his IVs are like. Do you know what? That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Special attack is very good, which we need. HP, decent, bit disappointing. I don't really care about speed because Lanturn isn't fast anyway. Defense and special defense being pretty good and very good is decent. I'll also be able to show... Oh, no, I can't. I've put them in my party. Oh, dear. Well, just for comparison... Why's Maeve got maxed out speed? Oh, I beat all the Combees. That'll be why. I was just thinking, how have I managed that? That's weird. Right. Yeah, just for comparison, like, Maeve's got decent in 3 of her stats. Special attack's fantastic, which is terrible. Hector is decent on quite a few things that he should be better at, so he's not very good. And where's Charlotte? Charlotte is honestly shocking. Decent in everything except for special defense, which, okay, is alright, and speed, which is one of her stats that gets a decrease. So Charlotte could not be a worse Pokemon, to be honest. But she's still actually done alright, to be fair, in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, Felix. We can use the special attack to our advantage. Special defense and defense are alright. I'm pretty happy with that. So let's quit out. Also, I apologise for the state of my boxes. I started a living dex in BDSP and managed to catch like virtually all of the Kanto decks, and then just kind of gave up. Like after catching some of the Johto ones, so they're just all over the place. I haven't even bothered organising the Johto stuff. Here's a collection of some of my Pokemon, just in case you want to see them. Sidious was from BDSP. Cassian and Merin were also from BDSP, as was Fennec. They're just from the 50 hours video. Ordo is one of my, it's just a shiny Gallade that I found in Legends Arceus. This is a Charizard that I found way back in Sword and Shield in Dynamax Adventures, funnily enough. These are all from DNS exploits in Black 2, I think. I managed to get a shiny version of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina from that, as well as like Genesect and Deoxys and Keldeo. If you look at them, you can see that they were. It should. Does it say? Seems to have had a fateful encounter in the Unova region. Really cool. And then these are all just random shinies that I've kind of accumulated over time. I think a lot of them are from the 50 hours video, to be honest. But you can see what I mean about Luxray and Luxio. Look, I've got one there and one there. I've got one there and one there. And I gave one away as well for the Scarlet Challenge, and one away for the Legends Arceus Challenge. Oh god. Anyway, exit without saving changes. Let's go back into Shield. In fact, I'll not bother updating the overlay just yet. We'll do that later on. But very cool that we got Felix. Now, for the last, like I said, I'll probably go off stream in the next half an hour or so, if that's okay with everybody. Just so that I can get my I can get myself sorted for tomorrow. But what we'll do in between now and then is we will look for some TMs and stuff for Lanturn, because usually that involves raid battles, so I'll have to do that anyway offline. So I'll just try that now. If anybody has any insider knowledge on where I can find Ice Beam, please do let me know. And let's see what this gentleman here can help us with for Lanturn. So, I think Charge could be quite good. I think Charge could be really good, actually. Because it is going to be primarily like a specially defensive Pokemon, I think. Confuse Ray is pointless, I think, now that Confusion is like a 25% chance. It's just not worth it. Thunder Wave could be good for a status. It's funny, isn't it? Why does Lanturn learn Electro Ball when it's slow? It's very slow. Eerie Impulse is okay, but do you know what I dislike lowering other Pokemon's stats. I think you're always better boosting your own stats because it lasts for multiple Pokemon as opposed to, you know, as opposed to that. But then Stockpile would raise both our defense and special defense as opposed to Charge. I think Stockpile maybe for this one. I'm going to need Ice Beam for Raihan, but I probably want Thunderbolt or something instead. After we've beat Raihan. And I don't think there's anything else really here that I need. But yeah, let's go on, like James has said, good shout on the checking the guys that sell TRs. Wolf, good question. I don't know whether it is a TM or a TR. I'm going to assume it's a TR on this game, but I don't know. I've got Cerebi up here, so I'll double check now. It's a TR. It is, and so's Thunderbolt as well. Okay, cool. So let's go and have a little look. I've spent so much time in Motorstoke, it's so funny because the amount of times we've hunted in the wild area as well has meant that I've like constantly been going to that Pokemon Center and stuff. Right, so there's a guy here. Ice Beam. That was lucky. I'll take 3 just in case I want to reteach that at some point. That's hilarious, isn't it? Honestly. The hunt for an Ice Beam TR. Done. Right, okay. I don't need anything else from there. Let's go and see. Honestly, so there's been a few times recently where things like that have happened, and I've just been like, "What?" I don't think I need any of them. Oh, actually, no, don't do that. Why am I doing that? I can go and look down here. There's a guy. There's a guy over here somewhere. Yeah, I don't have to change the time. That is helpful because it's a bit of a pain trying to look for TRs. Like I have spent like 20 minutes sometimes, like resetting the game to to try and get one. It's ironic because that guy was the other guy I've just gone to was selling bulk up, but I searched for ages to try and find bulk up for Riolu, and I just couldn't find it. I ended up having to get it from a raid den, so there you go. Nah, I'm not going to need any of them either. There's one by the nursery, and then there's one by Hammerlock as well. Leaf Blade. Do I have any? I'm going to take that, just in case. And that. And that. I'm not bothered about watts anymore, really. We're at the end of the challenge virtually, and I've got 100,000, so I may as well just, keep on buying. There's also one by the lake in the northern area. Oh, nice. We'll have a look for that. Nice calamari. Just finished the Motorstoke Gym and said hi to the Vulpix. Thank you. Ham, good question. When do I think the video will come out? So, it's a tough one because really this was the last thing in our way. Chinchou, and we found it. Tyrunt shouldn't take very long to find because it's Masuda. The only other problem is Dynamax Adventures. I don't know what that's going to look like. It could be really quick. It could be painfully slow. And I know that's the same for every shiny hunt, but Dynamax Adventures, it takes about 20 minutes to find one legendary, and the shiny odds are 1 in 300. So, you know, you're looking at like maybe finding 20 legendaries per 7-hour streams. So if you think 5 streams gets you about 100 encounters, and that's still only a third of the odds. So I'd need about 15 streams to reach full odds, and that's 15 streams of like 7-8 hours, not just like 5 or 6. So when you think about it like that, it might still be a while. It might be like April-ish, but I don't know. And I'm moving house as well. Ugh. I'm gonna try my best for you to get it out as soon as I can. Lara, no probs. I'm sorry that your sleep's all messed up, but thanks so much for joining. It's been lovely having you, and hopefully we will see you again, you know, soon. But yeah, it's been a great day, hasn't it? We found the shiny, and we've had a couple of new people on stream, and it's been awesome. So thank you, because you've been a part of that. James says it's a full-time job finding that shiny legend. Yes, it kind of is. Right, let me have a little look at what else Lanturn can learn on my phone. Oh, it can learn Volt Switch, but I suppose I don't need Volt Switch, because I'm hoping to boost its defense with Stockpile. I think you could be, James. I think you've got a good point with Aqua Ring staying, because I could use Aqua Ring with leftovers and Stockpile, so I could like Stockpile, boost defenses, recover HP with Aqua Ring and leftovers, and then use Ice Beam and, you know, Scald or Thunderbolt or whatever. That seems to be the way to go for Lanturn, from what I'm seeing. It doesn't have a lot of moves it can learn. It does have Dazzling Gleam. That's pretty good. But I think that's one that you'd have to sort of like swap in and out with Ice Beam and Scald. Anyway, I need Ice Beam for Flygon. So yeah. Yeah, Ham, James is spot on. That's what I'm going to do today. Go and beat Raihan, get eggs off stream. Tomorrow we go for Tyrunt. And I should have enough time for that if I get going soon. Yes, James is very kindly offered to help find Raikou. Do you know what though? It's going to be nice because you guys will be able to find... I bet you guys will get like a Raikou or two before I find mine. Or like at least some shinies. You know, I think we'll all get quite a few shinies. And Ham, I am switching out Charlotte for Lanturn, the Slowbro, because she's good, but her IVs are really poor, to be honest. So she's just not really brilliant. But also, I just, I love Lanturn. It's one of those Pokemon that I've always wanted a shiny of, and now I've got one. Even if Felix's stats aren't like gonna light the world on fire, I'm hoping that maybe with a bit of like, I don't know, EV training or whatever, it will sort of even out and Felix will be very useful. So yeah, there we go, that's the new team. Clementine, the Ninetales, Elsie the Riolu, Armistice the Druddigon, Dolores the Vespiquen, Bernard the Aegislash, and Felix the Lanturn. Honestly, James, me too, always had a soft spot for Lanturn. The design's so good. It's just so clean, isn't it? It's amazing. And unfortunately, probably tomorrow, if we do find Tyrantrum, it's going to be Druddigon going onto the bench. Which I know is a little bit sudden, because I've only just got Druddigon. But I wasn't really, I didn't really plan to get Tyrantrum originally, did I? And there just isn't really anybody else I can swap out. All the other Pokemon, if I swapped out something else, then I'd have a type sort of like clash. And I just think Tyrantrum is going to be a powerhouse, basically. It's got strong jaw to help with biting moves and like boost the power of those. It's got like Dragon Dance for boosting its speed and stuff. So I just think Armistice is probably going to go to the bench. But listen, that's just the way it goes. And then I'll probably beat the post game with Raikou when we find Raikou. But for now, let's go and have a little look in Pokemon Camp before I do leave you all at our new shiny. Oh. No, not you. Not you. You. Oh, wow. Oh my god, how gorgeous is that shiny? It's still got the glow around its like lights and stuff there. I don't know if you can see it. It's faint, but oh my god. What a beautiful, beautiful shiny. Felix is full of energy because it was refreshed by the rain. Felix seems a bit bored. Doesn't like me very much. Go on play. Wonder what its battle animation's like. Well, not its battle animation, but when it hits the... It's just like a little headbutt. Do you know what? I was quite gutted that for some reason Aegislash. So Honedge, you know when I think I told you all about this. When it's in Pokemon Camp, it's like sheathed, and then it would unsheath itself to like hit the thing. Bernard doesn't do that, and I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't, but watch, it'll just hit. It doesn't like change into its attack form. It just stays like that, which is really weird because Honedge doesn't do that. Like you'll see it in the video because I think I am gonna put it in. But Honedge will like change into its like attack form. It will like unsheath like a sword and then like hit the little you know, the little thing, and then it'll like go back. But Aegislash doesn't. How weird's that? Why doesn't it change? Another example, really, of Sword and Shield just being a little bit rushed, just a little bit. Because originally I was surprised that Honedge did that, but then really weird that that Aegislash just doesn't. Anyway, just a second, because Bucky wants to come in. I can hear him. Outside. Let me just go and get him.
Yeah. Come here. Come here.
Here he is. Gonna say hello to everybody. He's trying to smell the cake, I think. Hello. I'm here. He's such a cutie, isn't he? Look at him. We found the you missed it. You missed it. Look, there it is. You can see it. Look. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Well, I'm gonna have to go and let Bucky out anyway soon, because I feel like that's probably why he's come and got me. So, alright, give me a second. So, we'll leave today's stream there, because we found the shiny, and God, what a beaut it is. I mean, look. Look at him. Come here, Felix. Come meet your new best pal, Bucky. But thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been such a fun day, and we found the shiny. So just like literally the best news all around. And I will see you all not bright and early. I'll see you all tomorrow for a shiny hunt for Tyrant, which should hopefully be a quick one. But we'll see whether or not that plays out tomorrow. Just have a great rest of your evening. Sorry I'm cutting it short, obviously. And thanks for showing up again. Literally, you were all awesome. Like, the support you give, I couldn't ask for more. So thank you all very much. Have a great evening or a great day, doing whatever you're doing. And thanks so much again. Bye, guys.